Sounds good.
just to make things easy. And
Out of nowhere.
if y'all want, you can explain what y'all have just finished doing and what y'all's task is.
I hope somebody remembers. I just vaguely remember being a lizard and Lauren not knowing how to tie knots.
What? No.
What?
Yeah,
That
happened.
happens. You
that
fell
happened.
10 feet and you
sound
just...
like you're in a tunnel.
Yeah, your audio's not great. I can hear you, but
Me? I had my
Yeah.
microphone away
Yeah.
from my face. I
that's
How
better.
dare.
I can't drink coffee and keep my microphone close to my face, and then I forget to move it back.
It's called a straw.
Not all of us
Alright.
can be as cool as you, Matthew.
Indeed. All right.
Ultimately, we've been tasked to
Scout
investigate
the
the area to see what threats and things we can find. And we looked on one side of the island somewhat and had some fun adventures, and now we're headed to the other side of the island.
We on those fun adventures we found like a group of goblins that had a tunnel system, and we pretty much destroyed most of them, if not like a large majority, and then we ran away. We
Run
went back to camp.
away! Run away!
We also stopped a blood sacrifice.
Yeah, we stopped the blood sacrifice.
Pretty cool.
No big deal,
Oh, yeah.
but
Indeed.
yeah. But then we went back to camp to I don't know.
Let them know what
Let them know what we've seen.
Plus, we needed to rest. We're like,
Yeah,
dang.
we were getting pretty tired.
And then we did some. I did fishing, and you guys did not.
But I got a lizard.
Yes, you call a lizard. I slept with a townsperson before we left, and then we did some more fishing, and then that was about it.
There was a whole stone in the rock face up at the top where you had to do the climbing thing with the rope. And
That didn't work there.
Y'all did eventually get it, fortunately.
Yeah.
And then what did we do with it? Who
I
has
think
it?
y'all just have it. Right
Do I
now.
have it?
The barbarian was the one that pulled it out of the cliff, so
Yeah.
it was in his possession last.
I have.
Oh yeah, I have a ruby.
I'm the barbarian.
Yeah.
I'm the barbarian.
I have a pointy magic ruby thing from the Dragonborn dude. That's the official explanation on my character sheet.
All right, y'all, I assume are gonna continue your travels around the outer edge of this, at the base of this cliff.
Yes. So,
All right.
do we have this random new person with us?
They've
2.
been with us the whole time.
The whole time, but like, well, can you tell us a little bit about you as well?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Jorp or RC, if you want to go first.
I'll go second.
All right, Jorper, if you want to go first.
Oh God, put me on the spot, will you? All right. So, I'm Riley Slatekeep, a human sorcerer.
And a giant.
Apparently, there were no sorcery tokens in the bag, and I didn't want to anger the humanoid bag gods.
No, don't anger that.
So, I figured he was just kind of just in town and kind of got sucked into events while he was doing his own thing.
Alright. Very cool. And you are a what? Sorcerer?
Human sorcerer.
What's your subclass?
A storm storm sorcerer. The tempestuous magic.
So we have a storm sorcerer and a tempest cleric. So
Best of friends.
That's a party. I don't know what either of those mean.
all right.
Lots of weather.
Okay.
Well, good. It's storming here today, so Matthew and I could disappear at any moment because the electrical grid in Rockville is trash.
True.
Trash or great?
Trash.
Okay. Okay. Boggles Glitter Gulch. So I'm a pretty short, even for a dwarf, cleric. I have a warhammer and a shield. His hair is his hair and beard are like glacier bluish, like white. Uh, you know he joined your party spouting nonsense about worshiping the frost giant god Thrym, which anyone who would know anything about that, you'd be like, why would you worship a frost giant god? But he does, and it's weird. And he thinks he's a frost giant, and he's just a really short frost giant, is what he thinks.
I mean, it's all who you're comparing your height to, really.
Yeah.
He likes to talk about his girlfriend, who is like a 20-foot tall frost giant. And Thrym sent him here to help you guys accomplish whatever task you're doing. Don't know why, but he does what his god tells him to.
Perfect. All right. Any questions, etc.?
You build there.
I don't know.
Alrighty. All right. I'm gonna transfer us onto the other table.
What is my ping, by the way? Because it doesn't show me my own ping.
Both you and both of you are sitting at 66 to me. Oh, you just spiked because you're loading the new table.
Yep.
But you'll go back down once it finishes loading. I
appreciate your commitment to landscaping for this map, Matthew.
Thank you. I did a lot of work on that.
Also, Ryan needs to move because suck it, I'm teal.
Alright, I'm going to put y'all's figures back out. Boggle and Sabian.
You don't have to. I just named all my dice. We can just both use teal dice. It's fine because I'm keeping all my bite and claw. Oh, what just happened?
I mean, I can move, I guess.
Princess Vespa, I will put you over here with the party.
You just knocked me over and all my sparkles fell.
Yeah, I can be blue, I guess. How do I? Oh, change color. There we go. Choose color.
Oh.
You know what? No, we're gonna go with white because, like I said, my beard is white and teal, so white's the other color.
Perfect.
I'm
All right.
I'm getting a new color as well.
Pretty
So-
sure I just picked teal arbitrarily. So.
This guy over here. All right.
As y'all have continued your journey around the island, after probably another half day, you're approaching what you can see off in the distance. There is almost like a Spanish treasure galleon parting the water veil, and it's literally, you can see the water parting over it as if it's hitting something, but not landing on the boat itself. And you can hear the sound of fighting coming from the deck. What do y'all want to do?
Oh, that's a boat.
One more
I'm
question.
Yes,
before we get started.
Go ahead.
Can I get some more health counters over by Lauren's side so I can keep track of me?
Yep.
Since he's gray.
Copy.
I'm on a boat and it's going.
I can switch colors
no.
again.
No, you're fine there. You're fine there. And then are we at the same health we were last time? Like, did we rest or anything before we moved on? Since we leveled up?
You can have. You can just be at full.
Okay.
Am I?
There you go.
Am I
Sure.
still a lizard? What was I when we? Did I?
You were a lizard, but it's been more than an hour, so
Okay.
you will have turned back into a.
Okay. Okay.
And everyone has all of their resources, as if you had have a full rest.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay.
Right,
Okay.
I don't think I have a little health.
Where are you?
Oh, are you green? Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't think he did one there.
I didn't. Go down to gray.
And wait.
Gray
I thought I
or
was white.
purple.
Or purple. Pink or purple?
Oh,
Matthew's
jeez, alright.
colorblind.
Yeah, my bad.
And he
Same
always
color.
says it's not that bad until something like this happens. And I'm like, I don't think you can be the one to make that judgment
Not
call.
that bad.
Purple.
Perfect. All right.
Oh, I can change the colors of my different die too. Cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Yeah. There y'all are. Like I said, this is almost like a treasure galleon, but it doesn't have any sails. It has a mast, and on that mast are like crystals and obviously of a magical nature. If anybody has, you can roll history if you want. Just
What is
DC 15.
history? Okie doke.
History, Arcana, whatever works for y'all.
Oh, you roll a 20. I remember how to do this. Okay. I have a 10.
Come on. You got,
Okay.
Lauren got a nat 16.
Okay.
16 makes it. So,
I don't know shit about this.
Cressida, you realize that you've heard stories in your, time in the taverns and around campfires of a group of pretty much just evil individuals, but called the Githyanki, and they are plains shifters
Son
and
of a bitch.
raiders, and this is obviously one of their plains shifting ships.
What the heck is plane shifting?
You should know.
Think.
Those things.
Sorry, I'm asking
You know the
DM
Marvel
questions.
multiverse?
Yeah, think multiverse.
Okay. What were they called again? The Gittians?
The Githyanki.
You can call him Gith for short.
Keep.
Y'all.
Could I roll a religion check after hearing about the Gith to maybe to see if I know anything about like what they believe in or why they would be here? Maybe. If not, that's cool too.
There's really no need.
Perfect. I'm good.
Just with a general knowledge, y'all can assume that they were, basically trapped and pulled in at the same time y'all were.
Maybe they're friendly.
And this ship is obviously crash landed and parting the water veil.
So they're not getting wet.
You can't see onto the surface of the boat, but the water veil is parting over the ship on either side, like it's hitting something, but nothing's there visibly.
So
Like
it's
a
just
like a
kind of-
spell maybe.
Potentially.
Take me to the river.
And like I said before, y'all can hear the sound of combat on the deck.
So we gonna creep on up, hide in all these poop rocks and fallen tree bushes.
So like, are you saying we should sneak up
I mean,
or just
so-
kind of walk up?
What is that noise?
I don't know if I'd want to just walk up.
Oh,
and be
it's
like,
the litter
"Yo,
box.
What you got going
I feel like the attention to detail with all of these shrubberies and stones implies we need to creep.
Matthew, quick question.
Okay.
Squirrely's character? What is
Yes.
he doing? 'Cause he's not here, right?
See on mushrooms.
That's what you
Farming
get for
around
digging
last
through
time.
my bag.
Just assume that he is here and participating, but not actually here.
Okay.
Can't attack, can't die.
So he won't like if we were trying to be stealthy, he wouldn't mess us up with his giant elephantness or anything.
Nope.
Sweet.
Well, that's good to know. Yeah, I think we should definitely maybe sneak a little closer to see what's going on.
There.
How tall is the ship?
Probably a good 20 feet up. But there are, various riggings along the outside of it, that it wouldn't be a problem to climb up onto it.
I've been over here working on my brown bear and dire wolf cards. So could you just go over everything again? I'm kidding. I wouldn't know even if I listened.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little quiet right now because I'm trying to figure out my 2 new spells because I still haven't chosen them.
I guess we should roll for stealth then, right? If we're trying to sneak.
Yeah.
If that's what y'all are gonna do, then yes.
I'm gonna, sneaky to the bushies, sneaky to the poop rocks. Where's my...
I have what some would call disadvantage on stealth checks, so...
Anyone in heavy armor.
That's a 2. That's a 2 for
Oh,
me.
you're doing great.
No.
Got a 12.
I have 16.
What's your stuff, my lord?
All right, just keep your stealth numbers in mind, and if it matters at some point, I will ask for them.
Great.
Is each tile 5 feet, or what's
You
the
are-
scale?
You're correct. Each tile is 5 feet.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and move and just describe what you're doing, just freely until I'll call for
Did
combat
I
if it's
say
needed.
16?
How tall are these? What the? I just got disconnected.
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh, Fred's coming into the hallway. You're not supposed to come in the hallway, Fred. Okay, I am currently the most stealthy, I guess. So, I guess I'm
But
gonna...
not,
Huh?
Oh,
I was gonna say, keep in mind, we don't know how stealthy we're being. Like, I think I'm stealthy with my 2.
just being
Fair
as
enough.
stealthy as you can.
Clunk.
I can-
Clunk.
I can tell you with your clunking, you're not being stealthy.
As his chain shirt
Oh.
rattles.
Sorry, I'll keep it down.
Alright, I guess I'll go to hereish. Ducking
Okay.
and rolling with my years of experience as being a tiny gnome with a lizard on my head. His name is Sparkles, and I love him.
I follow your lead and like trip and do a diving roll to try to stand up, but I fail and hit a rock.
Clunk. All right, you continue to not be able to see onto the deck, and you still hear combat
Okay,
up there.
okay.
Can we determine where at on the ship?
Ooh, good question.
It sounds like it's on the side facing the water. So just to make sure.
Is there a way to ping, or is it just like you can see my cursor?
I can see your cursor.
Okay.
The water's out here, just
But-
so everybody knows.
So the fighting's like over here, probably, maybe.
Yeah, it's out on this side of the ship.
I'm gonna scuttle this way. Scuttle.
She's scuttled.
I'm scuttled. Are people
seeing-
scuttling with me? Who's
I'm seeing
I'll scuttle
Zoidberg.
with you.
scuttling
Oh,
at our various
I'll scuttle.
at our various levels of sneakiness? We have scuttled.
I have
Oh,
face
God,
planted into the rock, the poop rock.
Right.
To be clear, also I have a 25 movement speed, so I will like always be bringing up the rear because I'm
Oh yeah,
slower than the rest
mine's
of
not. No, mine's 25 too. I figured if it mattered, he would tell us.
I would.
you. Alright.
Yeah, no, I'm like 3 feet tall. I can't go very fast, very far.
Oh, so we're really short together.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yep.
Finally, there's
Alright.
someone who can see nothing with me. We could stack on top of each other.
The
And
trench
still
coat.
see nothing. All right.
We're just
So the
3
back
dogs
of this boat right here, this is basically an aft castle, so it's a little higher than the deck, which is up on this side.
I don't know what any of that means. This is the tall part.
Yeah, this is the tall part,
Okay.
and this is the normal deck side. If anyone is familiar with ships,
No. Sorry. We haven't all been in the Navy, Matthew. It's a boat, and it's a big one. Thank you.
I know the words stern, bow, and aft. I don't know what they mean.
So we can't get up here. We'd have to go over here.
it'll be easier if you go over here. You can get up here if, you know, but it'll take climbing rolls and such. 'Cause there's...
Cool. And so, I mean, basically everybody, I don't know why we're hiding behind poop rocks, because everyone on the boat could see us, right? Because they're higher than we are.
You don't see anyone looking over the edge of the boat in your direction.
Yeah, but I mean, they would be able to see us regardless of our location around the rock.
They have advantage to see you, yes.
Okay. Cool. I'm gonna scuttle to this rock with confidence. Look at how I'm slantways. What happened there?
Scuttle.
I got a
scuttle.
lean.
Scuttle.
Alright, y'all
We
scuttle
have scuttled.
further along. You still hear combat happening on the boat. And you don't see anyone on this side looking off. There's obviously rope ladders, etc., that have been dropped on this side.
Ooh, there are ladders?
Rope.
Can we see anyone else down here? Why am I that
No.
color? What have I done?
You're looking real dark.
Ah!
Alright, what do y'all want to do?
I want to be a normal color again.
I learned you can flick things. That's pretty cool.
There you go.
What? Ooh, wait, let me get sparkles.
I forget sparkles.
Ah! How did I do that before? There we go. Okay. What is happening?
Move up to the ship
Okay.
and then creep along the edge
I'll
No
to the
follow.
rope
problem.
ladder.
Yeah. I'll follow that.
Alright, you get to the rope ladder, no problem. And you still hear the sound of combat on the deck from up above you. Those of you who have fought the frog folk before, you hear the sounds that they make during combat, and
Ooh.
you hear
Cressida's boyfriend here?
Yeah.
Preston is like, I'm out.
It's your boyfriend. You did this.
The what folk?
There are these translucent frog folk that they have had multiple encounters with that live in the below the water out there.
Are they bad?
I decided
Yeah,
to
they're bad.
Yeah,
I
especially
found
one.
and it fell for me, but then I attacked it and wounded it, wounded its pride, and so now it's trying to get revenge upon me, but also kind of still low-key likes me, I think.
It's true.
More
And this is him right here. Bradley the Spurned.
Wait, you're just showing what he looks like, right?
Yeah,
You just showed the ship.
I'm just showing what he looks like.
They showed up right here.
'Tis I, Bradley.
Spurned.
Crawls out of the mud.
Why don't you love me?
I thought we had something special.
You did have a moment.
Yep. And then he was ugly, and she dumped him.
Yep.
Terrible. Okay. So we
He's been
climbing.
working on himself.
What do y'all want to do at this point?
I
will
can climb
turn
the
to-
ladder
Can I send
first
Sparkles
if you
up?
want.
Sparkles is not quite trained to do reconnaissance yet. So, who said they were climbing up?
But Boggles will volunteer to if no one else wants to. Like I'm wearing armor, so like if they see me and hit me, you know, it might not hurt as much, or they might miss.
Excellent idea.
Sacrifice the tiny,
Clunk, clunk, clunk.
tiny dense man.
You climb up onto the deck and you see
Like all the way on, standing on it, or just peeking his little eyeballs over?
Peeking my eyeballs over for sure.
Just
Yeah.
like,
you peek your
I'm
eyeballs.
here, everyone.
You peek your eyeballs over the edge and you see basically there's a whole bunch of I can post a picture so people know what Get Yankees look like. But alright. I posted a picture in the chat. There's a Get Yankee so you know what you're seeing.
Ugh.
They're like
Alright.
dire
Lauren's gonna
goblins.
try to seduce that guy, I can tell you.
Alright. Boggles, you see 3 of them on the far side, one of which is holding a giant silver greatsword, and the other 2 are holding like silver longswords. And they are basically doing superhuman feats of like jumping, and they'll slice through a tentacle completely, and they'll just kill it outright. But they're just basically constantly coming back, and they're fighting just on the other side and pushing frogs off, and think like, you know, in the movies when they're swarming the walls and they're fighting them off, that's what's happening. And all along the center line of the ship, there are other Githyanki that aren't in armor, and they have their hands held up above their head as in their like obviously concentrating, and you think that's what's causing the water to part and not land on the ship.
I think I climbed back. Yeah, I climbed back down and relay this information. Have we seen these? Like, we haven't seen these Yankee things before, right? Like, are they like good, neutral? Should we help them?
Do we do like a history check, maybe?
Cressida already made one earlier,
Oh.
and she knows that they are interplanar travelers who generally are evil, and
Yeah.
they kind of raid different planes of existence to take things back to the astral plane where they
But the frogs are also evil, right?
big time evil, and y'all have fought them multiple times.
So
They
So-
are minions of what, the tentacle monster.
So, one thing my pappy always taught me is that the enemy of your enemy is your friend.
Oh.
Good old pappy forest gnome.
You mean the king?
He was my pappy. You can call him whatever you want.
All right, he climbs back down and relays that information to you.
Voice. I mean,
Riley will be very, very kind of neutral in this situation. It's just kind of like, wouldn't it be better just to let them
Yeah.
do their thing? Because we can't. He doesn't
That's how
see
I
a
feel as well.
benefit in helping.
Did you see any neat creatures up there? Because I would like to add to the stack on my head, if at all possible.
like animals. Is there anybody that we've observed that's not evil that's on the ship in any way, shape, or form?
I mean, you don't know if these people are evil at all. You just know that in general, Githyanki are thought of as evil and raiders.
Like
You've
space
never talked
pirates,
to these
right?
people. Yeah, they're basically space pirates. But you've never
I
talked to
haven't.
these?
I was gonna say I haven't encountered either of these people before, so I'll defer to your guys' wisdom. I say as the outside person.
I mean, none of them are very attractive, so I just don't care.
You actually haven't seen any of them. Boggles, what was your interpretation of their
I know
attractiveness level?
what everything looks like, though.
I mean, like, there was at least one. Like, oh man, he was real good looking. I would give it to him for sure if he was 18 feet tall. Like a little short for my taste, but like pretty cool.
All right, you hear the sounds of combat wane, and you hear in a language that none of you understand, unless one of you speaks Gith for some reason.
Boom, I do. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm guessing no one speaks Gith.
Wait.
Are there any
Let me
elephants
see.
up there?
You don't.
No, but I could if I get an extra 1 level spell. I don't know if I do, and I could do it.
I say we just flip a coin. Oh, we go in, we go out. Ooh, I'll flip Sparkles.
Yeah, I get extra.
Sparkles is the neutral arbitrator.
Oh god, I just chucked him somewhere. Wait, I didn't
Uh-oh.
say head or tails. It doesn't matter. He landed perfectly.
Wait,
Of course.
I do. Wait, let me see if I do. What does this spell do?
How do you
Because I can choose this spell. I got a new spell.
roll something?
Where is it?
Oh my god.
Whoa! 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 Well, that's not it.
Okay. Yes, I am. So my new spell for level 1, because I did not realize that I get a level 1 spell as well, is comprehend languages. Which, for the duration, I can understand the literal meaning of any spoken language that I hear.
That's
Suck
a good
it.
one.
Okay. So you're gonna cast that spell?
Yes, I am.
All right. So she makes her incantations, and you can now understand what's happening on the boat as. Let me pull my notes out.
I was not prepared for anyone to understand them.
The you hear the the sound of voices, and they Trask. It seems that the attack has stopped for the moment, but have you heard back from our brother that was sent to the tower? And they sound like they're walking across the boat and getting closer to y'all's side.
Oh.
And
Run
he
away!
says, he responds to his. The last we heard was that he was stopped by a giant crab-like thing, and
What?
he sees a crystal at the top of the tower that thinks it will recharge our planner batteries.
Oh.
But I'm not sure who we can send because we have to defend the ship.
So, are you telling us this as you hear it,
Okay,
so we all hear
so
it too?
basically what I'm gonna whisper to you guys, hey, they're getting closer. Do you want to back away so I can tell you what they said?
They get closer, and then their voices continue around the ship as if they're walking
Okay.
the
So
edge.
basically, I'm gonna say.
Are these guys really my
so
size?
It sounds like I'm whispering. It sounds like they're looking for the crystal that we basically kind of have, that we got from the top of that mountain thing, because it'll recharge some of their planner batteries. So we might want to hold on to that and protect it, because it sounds like they're trying to get it.
Or we could offer it to them in exchange.
To be fair, you did hear them say that it was located at the top of a tower out on the lake.
No, we
Oh.
got it from the mountain.
Never mind, guys. Wrong crystal.
I remembered incorrectly.
I did not hear it. It's my first time using the spell,
It gets a complicated language.
Well, I mean, Boggles made it sound like they were pretty good fighters. So,
Yeah, they were doing like flips and shit. It was crazy.
So, I mean, we could try to get them on our side and help, scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
I could try to persuade them, but
Yeah, I don't know if we want to let Cressida seduce anyone else, because it hasn't
I
really worked out for us.
I said persuade.
It worked out great
It
until
did.
she betrayed him.
Yeah, I don't trust her.
I'm not gonna try. I'm gonna persuade. It's it's different.
Just don't
I-
pull the kids off a waterfall.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I say we go and talk to him.
Is the
Well, we
so is
can't
the
talk
hull
to
of the ship like sloped? Like it's not just a box, right? It's like sloped. So if
No,
we were like,
it's sloped.
okay, so if we're conceivably like by the side of the ship, they couldn't just look down and see us.
No, they couldn't.
Okay.
Well, I muted my microphone, but everybody still heard me cough on Matthews. That's great.
Oh no. I'm gonna get sick through the microphone. That's how it works, right?
All right. I'm going up. So it sounds like they're getting further away, so at least we have time to hop back down and run away if they start to attack us. So, I'm skittling on up. I'm continuing my skittling. Skittles. Cressida, so Cressida can understand them? Can she talk
Yeah,
to them?
she cannot.
She can understand them. She cannot talk to them.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I can understand spoken language.
Well, maybe they speak common too.
We'll find out.
I'm gonna pop up.
Okay, I'm going up there with her just in case she.
It's making a huge mistake. What sort of spells do I even have? I don't know.
Okay, y'all climb up onto the ship.
Sense.
I go over this way and climb up this way,
Oh.
just so we're not all bottlenecking up the same pathway.
Okay. All right. Well, then Cressida, you hear that. Halt! Who comes on board my ship?
I'm gonna. Friend.
Clunk clunk.
Hey, hey, do you guys speak common?
Common. Druidic. I'm gonna call out friend in all 4 languages that I know. Common,
That's
Druidic, Gnomish, and Loxodon, just in case.
I'll add it in Dragonborn.
Orc and Elvish. Add it to the mix.
Y'all are screaming words out at him, and
Oh, that's gonna be.
you see the taller of the Githyanki that's holding the obviously magical silver greatsword. And he makes a couple hand gestures as if he's starting to cast a spell.
Oh. Did any of them look like they understand anything that we're saying?
Nah, they didn't. They didn't make
Does-
any gestures that they
Does
do.
does the spell that's being cast look like the comprehend languages spell that was cast earlier by someone in our party?
Make an Arcana check. Just a DC 10.
That would be very helpful.
Who?
I doubt that's what's casting.
Whoever just asked that.
It was me. I rolled a 19.
A 19. When you look at it and since you rolled so well over a DC 10, it's not that spell, but you feel like it's from the same school of magic.
Which is
Oh.
a good school?
Maybe it's one so that he can actually.
He finishes his spell casting,
Great.
and he calls out to you again.
Oh.
Who are you that dares come on board my ship? And all of you hear it in your native tongues, whatever.
Okay.
Oh,
that
nice.
is.
Giant.
Nice.
I say.
Well, my
Nice.
name is Princess Vespa. I am a forest gnome. These guys are traveling with me. We just like, meeting people and,
Party started.
getting some animals and,
He hushes you. Shh, shh, shh. I don't need your entire backstory. Are you friend or foe?
Oh,
Oh.
Totes
And
friends.
he leaps
fellow.
across the hatch and lands here.
We're for sure friends.
Definitely friends. Friends.
Like, I love all of the Githyanki's. They're like one of my favorite species.
He looks at you in obvious shock as their kind are not usually well received in other cultures.
Riley, upon hearing all this, is going to skitter up the ladder because he was still just kind of like, why is everyone climbing?
Okay. Yeah, no problem. You climb on up and over the edge, and you see arrayed before you a veritable army of Githyanki, only 3 of which are in armor and weapons.
Everyone else is busy
so,
keeping
my
the
good
ship
fella,
dry, so it's fine.
We happen to overhear that you're in need of something to recharge your batteries. Could we maybe assist you on trying to get that for you?
He looks at you and he says, "Well, we are in need of someone to take our crystals to the tower and recharge them,
Is that
and
a euphemism?
hopefully you will encounter our companion who has gone there before us. Why, we would go ourselves, but our ship is under constant attack by these weak, numerous frogs and tentacles."
Have you guys met Bradley?
Believe me, they are a pain and a half. Let me tell you.
If you get this crystal, do you think you could take us to our home?
He, he, he looks at you and he says, if my calculations are correct,
Pushes his glasses up on his nose.
our planner ship should be able to pierce the veil and escape this pocket dimension. And should you assist us in this,
Cool.
we would take you back to your plane of existence.
I wanna do the check to see
Also-
if he's telling the truth.
Insight.
Yeah, that one. I wanna do that.
I too want to insight.
Also, we hold great riches in our holds.
Heyo.
If you assist us in escaping, we will let each of you pick one item to take.
Do you have any cool animals like sparkly or?
Alright, hold on. Y'all want to roll insight
Yeah.
checks?
I got a nat 20.
Nice.
A nat 20. You actually believe he is telling the truth.
I have 21.
He obviously seems off-put that he was somehow pulled out of the, how they travel between the planes and trapped here. And they are genuinely in a desperate strait because the ship is just being attacked constantly.
Cool.
And most of their forces are holding off the water that they crashed into.
All right. Well, I'm in. What was the answer about the animals? And because I don't care about gold, I have plenty of money. I want like something cool.
Oh, he tells you. Yeah. We actually just finished up a year-long raid into the other planes. We have everything you could imagine in our holds.
Let's go. Let's go, guys.
Yeah. Which way to the tower?
Now that you.
Oh, also, how do we convince their person that we're friendly? Because I don't want to get the crap beat out of me.
He tells you that won't be a problem. Is if you present the crystals that you're taking there to charge, there's no way you would have those except for, being given them by him. And he looks down his nose at you. God knows you couldn't take them from me.
Psh, bitch.
Riley will laugh uncomfortably and say, "Right, you are."
You don't know me. Eventually, I remember I can turn into big-ass animals. Once Matthew reminds me at the end of a session.
Hey, real quick, are there no longer frogs and tentacle monsters then? Like it's completely done for now?
Oh yeah, but the wave has ended. But from what the conversation, it's basically
They'll
at
pick
least
back up in
once-
like an hour.
once
or
an
something.
hour. Yeah, once an hour a wave hits the boat that they have to fight off.
Well, I definitely want to be gone before it starts back up again.
But they will take you to the other side of the boat and point out across the lake, and you see a tower sticking up out.
Oh man, it's through the water.
They have
There's
boats for us to take, right?
There is a tower sticking up. They had a boat, but their guy took it to go there in his scout, and he hasn't. They lost contact with him. So
Oh, I thought these little things along the sides were extra like boats.
sorry, those were very crudely drawn magical ballistas.
Okay.
Oh,
Cool.
yep. Nope, didn't see that.
So, what direction are we headed in?
That way.
Out on the lake, you see it plain as day, and there is a silver energy stream that goes out from the tree up on the mesa, and it hits a gleaming green crystal at the top of that tower. And they want you to take the crystals there and hold them in that energy stream.
Cool. Can I turn into any animals? No, you didn't let me turn into anything that can swim, you butthole.
It's not me that didn't let you. It's a class restriction.
Tomato.
We're not high enough level yet.
Tomato, tomato.
So let's go fashion a raft out of the shrubbery around the area.
Shrubberies.
We
Like,
want
is that gonna be
a
enough wood
shrubbery.
to help?
I want
Like, we
one
need to start creating
shrubbery.
some boat.
Wait, like maybe they have you thought maybe they'd have like a little boat inside their boat, you know, like
He
a
said
dinghy.
they only
maybe
had one.
They did have
said they only
one,
had one.
and their scout took it to the tower.
Yeah.
Oh,
So we need to fashion some
I
type
switched my audio to my PC, so I
Likely
must have missed
story.
that.
No problem.
I just actively don't pay attention most of the time.
Whatever we utilize to get across this water needs to be super sturdy and safe because if we touch this water,
Yeah, we're
little
gonna be attacked.
tentacle things and
I don't think
frogs
it's
are
the
gonna come
water, right? It's the ground. Under
It's
the
the
water.
ground.
Oh,
Yeah, it's the
the water.
spongy ground
Yeah,
underneath the
fall
water.
out of the ground.
So, do we
But
do we have any knowledge we can pass on to them to help them defeat the frog people? And I don't remember if we did anything special at any point to.
Oh, I did. I do say to the guy just to taunt Bradley. I'm gonna be like, if you do happen to notice a really jacked frog named Bradley, just tell him that Cressida says hello.
probably don't do that.
Yeah.
He looks
Probably-
extremely puzzled at this comment, but
Yeah.
he says, "I will pass along your
Oh.
message.
Oh, great.
Should I see and not defeat this Bradley?"
I mean, fingers crossed you guys off him because he's a piece of work.
I don't know. I want to see how hot he gets.
God, I have a
We're
headache.
really interested in the
Oh
Okay.
God.
Okay, so who's carrying the crystals? Because I'm quite small.
We
How
need
many
to-
crystals are we talking here? How big are they?
He'll bring a chest out,
Oh,
and it will
cheese and crackers.
it will take someone with a 15 strength to carry it by themselves, or 2 people with lower.
I have
I
11.
can carry it.
I am not a strong gnome. Or maybe
yeah,
I
I'm
am.
I'm not very strong.
Strong.
All right,
Alright.
Alright. So,
So
you have a
at,
volunteer.
at
Y'all
this
are gonna
point,
have to protect me.
at this point, y'all will need to take whatever skills y'all have and attempt to craft a raft out of materials that you have, or you could.
Cressida is not allowed to participate.
You're the rudest thing. If I
What
could
on earth would it
out of
even be? I have survival.
Survival?
Yeah, probably.
I also have survival.
Nature? Maybe I could do some sort of druid something.
Sleight of hand
What?
to help.
That's
My
right.
help.
Alright.
It's more of like
Tools,
stuff
weapon,
together.
armor.
So basically, y'all come up with a plan and
Oh,
then
wait.
tell me what it is, and I will ask for rolls.
So I have Smith's tools, so like I can I don't know, forge something, I guess. So
Well,
I
it has
guess
the
if
hammer.
we try to, I mean, I have a hammer. I have the tools. So like in theory, I could, help bind together a raft with this probably if we can gather wood, maybe.
I have nothing useful. I have a
Okay.
Does
rope.
anyone? Do we
You
have
are
an
gonna
axe?
You are going to contribute smithing to this endeavor.
Whoever does decide to do this, I will grant bardic inspiration while they're doing whatever their thing is.
Oh, I can also guidance anyone. So literally any check anyone makes can add a D4, like every single check.
Cool. We will just assume that you do that unless it's in the heat of combat or something.
Yeah. Like I'm basically standing behind you, being like the blessing of Thrym to you, and then you feel like a cold chill on you, and you get slightly better at something.
Works for me. Like I said, as long as we're not in combat, we'll just assume that's active.
Cool.
If you're present.
Yeah.
All right.
Uh,
So, outline y'all's game plan. What are y'all doing?
Okay, well, I mean, dear God, there's a lot of us now. How many? Are we gonna Are there like logs and stuff down here? Wait, we've lost.
Yeah,
Oh,
this fallen tree maybe, and this other fallen tree.
are these fallen trees or shrubs? They've been shrubs before.
Oh,
All
that's
right,
a good
someone,
question.
the non-smith person who has the best survival. Y'all, you can scout out your immediate vicinity, pulling in logs and stuff. We'll see how successful you are at getting materials.
Is it the bonus or the
It's the survival skill.
Do any of the Getty Yankees have any materials we could use?
My survival just has +4. Is that what you mean?
They're barely tolerating your presence as it is, and they're not going to let you down in the hold until you help them.
You can't
That's
get
fair.
in the hole until you've proven.
Try to persuade them?
No. I'm gonna drag Cressida off the ship.
I literally I
No.
have a +9 in my persuasion. If I roll a 9, I roll an 18. Like.
Okay. All right. Cressida, you go back onto the boat.
I am not going up there with her. She's on her own.
That's
I'm not
fine.
gonna-
Can I attempt to assist in the action?
Oh Lord.
I mean,
I'm not
I
watching
did-
this
it's really
home
bad.
video.
It was a home video.
All right.
That's
We have
That's good.
Riley coming to assist in this action.
Okay.
All right. This is gonna be hard. So it's a
Heyo.
DC 20. All right.
Alright.
But
Whoa, my
you
God.
can go over and talk to Trask and
Somebody
try.
get guidance? Do I get guidance? Is that established?
I don't know what just happened.
Have I received guidance?
You
The
have
two little
received
people
guidance.
over here are just getting wrecked by gravity.
Alright, this is cool. I'm feeling confident.
Okay, you're rolling yourself.
I'm rolling. I don't know how to do that.
You click.
Put it in the cannon.
Okay, don't destroy.
Where'd it go?
They're way over here. So you got a 15.
Okay, so that's
So you didn't do it.
18, 19. Yes, I did.
Okay.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I got a 24 with my
Okay,
persuasion
you got a
added.
24.
Okay.
You say.
So what did you ask? What was your request? What are you trying to persuade?
I went to that main guy that can speak to us, and I said, "My kind sir, we're trying to forge a vehicle to get us across to the tower, and we could really use some assistance if you have any, solid building materials or things that we could use while we're crafting this, because obviously we want to make it secure for your crystals."
He looks at you and he says, "We've looked. The water is only a foot to 3 feet deep. Why don't you just walk? I know it'll take a little longer, but
We've very quickly learned that if you touch the ground under the water, that it sprouts up all those little tentacles and frog people, and we really don't want to have to battle our whole way there
And back.
and back."
thank you. We hadn't figured that out yet. So what exactly do you want from us? He seems like he's willing to help.
Oh, I just realized I have 50 feet of rope, which we could use to bind trees and stuff.
Yeah, I've also got rope. Rope-a-dope.
So I'll turn to my buddies that are on the boat with me and say, what do you think we should try to get from them as far as building materials?
I'll say that if they have any
Lumber?
planks or repair like materials that they'd use to repair their ship, we could use to craft a
All right.
raft.
He'll bring out he'll motion his people to go down into the hold, and they'll bring out a stack of like planking. It looks like what the ship's made out of.
Oh, this
Yes.
is delightful.
All right, I've helped you all I will. And he says, "Remove yourself from my boat until you help."
Thank you. So kind. Goodbye.
Sorry.
+9 persuasion. Got a bard.
It's because of the College of Valor. I got to add like additional stuff to a skill of my choice.
Nice.
2 skills. It was 2 skills. So I did persuasion and stealth.
Very cool. You see her come back, and a pile of timbers get tossed off the side of the boat with them.
Well, dang. She's gotten
also
better
think
at
it
her
really-
seduction.
I give a really salty look to Princess Vespa as I do it.
Get it, girl.
Y'all go and gather the hard wood,
Hey-oh.
and
I heard that emphasis. All right.
bring it over to y'all's makeshift construction zone.
Which I'm assuming we should be doing this closer to the water. Just, right?
It's fine. It won't matter. You have a barbarian with you. They'll carry it.
He's already. Well, it's fine. Whatever.
Well, he can go back to
He's
the
a pack mule, I guess. Okay.
All right, so let's begin this construction. Smith?
So that
You're gonna try and bind this together some with your skills.
I've-
Just make a skill roll, and the better you do, the better the result.
really? Never would have expected that.
Bradley jumps out of the water and grabs Princess Vespa, and she gets pulled off into the lake.
I'll
What
be
should
queen
I
of these frog people.
what should I add with my smith tools? Like
Just a proficiency bonus,
all right,
because
cool.
you're proficient with Smith's tools.
Cool. That's an 11 then.
Okay, so you made it, just barely. DC 10. But you made it. It looks stronger than it would have been without your skills.
I've got
Perfect.
survival. Should
All right, who wants to perform the tying aspects
Which
of this?
would be
Survival would be a good skill for this. unless
survival. I have
somebody has
plus
things.
4 to survival. Is that
Way
good
better
for
than me.
people? Okay. Anybody? What am I doing? Oh, why? Who did that? How did I get over here? It's flat on the.
Bradley took you out into the lake.
Oh, you ass. God bless. Okay, I'm rolling survival.
Wait, did I really get to that? Okay.
Okay, I got a 12.
That's good. That's good.
You got a 12?
Yeah.
Alright, you just barely made it also.
We're adequate shipbuilders. We're not professional shipbuilders. It's fine.
Alright,
Are we guidancing these?
What do I do with guidance?
you add a d4 to each
Oh!
skill roll.
Oh. Boop.
Oh yeah, I guess I should have said that. I muted
Hey,
myself.
I got a
Whoops.
4.
Nice.
So what did I say before? 18?
No, you
No.
said 12.
12. 16.
Those
But
are
a
different
16
numbers.
actually does push you over into the next tier of success.
Haha.
Forgot I could add to my own roll.
Fair.
But it doesn't push me to a 15. So
Okay. So same result. Alright.
So
Alrighty. Y'all's makeshift raft of logs and planks on the top. Y'all can load up and prepare to head out into the lake.
there's no way this is gonna end poorly.
Because y'all have a +3
We have a +3.
from y'all's successes on building it.
Oh.
You had a +2 and he had a +1.
I had a +4.
No,
What?
tiers. A 10,
Oh,
rolling
oh,
above a
oh.
10 would get you +1. Above a 15 would get you +2.
Cool.
Alright. Is there any more crafting that anybody wants to do to this thing before you head out into the lake?
Do we have any oars? Do we make any oars to propel us?
that's a good
Yeah, this-
question.
I figured we'd just use our hands and like.
Do we have like extra
wanna make some
plank that wasn't used?
Sure, you've got extra planks and such that wasn't used on that y'all can use for this purpose. If you want to try and shape them at all, you could try to do that.
Is that survival? Again?
It's probably
Nature?
like woodworking.
Oh, well, no, nope.
That's actually a skill.
Yeah, I have no. Where are my skills? I have none. Safe to say.
Should have skills.
Where would they be? Description?
Are you on D&D Beyond? What are
Yeah.
you on?
Yeah.
It's the big long column, like in the middle.
Oh yeah, but I don't have woodworking.
No, so you just apply your proficiency, so +3.
If she had it.
If you had it, yeah, sorry.
To the left of that, there's a box that would tell you if you have tool proficiencies.
Yeah, no.
It says proficiencies in language, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Right.
I'm good with dice and herbalism, so not
Alright,
super helpful.
I have a small knife and a dagger. I can attempt
You're gonna whittle
to
them.
whittle.
All right, go for it. He's gonna try and
Handhold.
whittle these down. All right,
you have a D4.
All right, I'm gonna go
This is
take
gonna
a
be
nap.
rough. You need above a 15 to get a +1.
Don't forget your guidance.
That is not a D20.
May the blessing of the frost giant god Thrym be with you. That's a D12.
Yep,
Oh,
that's a
oh,
D12.
There we go.
There we go. That's good.
There.
And a D4 added to it because of the blessing of Thrym.
Oh, that's rough. See,
D4 could be enough. Who knows?
It might be enough. 9 plus your proficiency plus. Are you proficient at whittling?
Oh, I would not be at all proficient with whittling.
Okay, so you didn't make it. He
I'd have mauled the-
butchers one plank.
Have you ever seen an ore?
In a book.
Oh God, what
All
just
right.
happened? Oh, it's boggles.
Yeah. Let's see.
So-
Fuck. What else do I have?
To be fair, a great axe is kind of like an ore already.
I want to get my great axe that way.
All right. So any further attempts that y'all can think of?
So I have a blanket. I could try to make us a sail.
Is there any wind?
There
I
is
also-
actually a distinct lack of wind.
No, but I have the spell Gust of Wind.
Oh, okay, that's good thinking. All right,
It only lasts for a minute though.
but
Hey, I also have Druidcraft.
Oh yeah,
I could make puffs of wind. Poof,
puffs
poof.
of wind. All right,
poof.
okay. Just
And it's
make a mast and try and attach the sail. Just a DC 10. Whoever wants to attempt that. If somebody has like tailoring or leatherworking, something with sewing involved would be good at it. So
Any of you?
No.
Not I.
Yeah, I will be a big fan. No.
I am royalty. I do not sew, I think, yeah.
Believe the royals were.
Maybe I can help someone
No,
else
I can
do this.
embroider, but like
So if I help someone else do this, like they're doing the mast, and could I use my smithing tools to give them advantage by taking like so I have oh wait, where is it? I guess I don't really have any metal. Maybe can we get? Oh, I have manacles. I guess I don't know. Can we? Oh, I'll use my crossbow bolts. I'll use like the metal from my crossbow bolts to make like nails and try to help nail the mast in place. So give someone else advantage on a roll, maybe.
perfect. Yeah, sure. You can have advantage whoever makes the roll.
Plus guidance.
Plus guidance, yes.
could this be survival again?
It's more woodworking, so nobody's
Ah.
proficient at it, so just a straight up roll. So two d20 plus a d4.
2d20 plus a d. Am I doing it? Who's doing it? I'll do it. F it.
The 3-foot gnome has a mast held up.
Oh, I thought I was attaching the sail.
No.
Oh.
That's the next step.
Oh God. Well, let somebody. Well, it doesn't matter.
Got a pretty good chance of succeeding. There's an 11 right there, so you
And
made it.
and a 4. Yeah, 15 next tier.
All right.
Boom. I kick ass at making masts.
You do. Good job.
Holla holla.
All right. So we got that. All right. Try to attach your sail.
Is that me again? Do I use all these same dice again?
Yeah, what would be attaching a sail? Well, I guess it'd just be a straight roll.
If someone had some type of sewing proficiency, so tailoring or leatherworking, but
No.
I don't think anybody does.
No. I have a couple of magical pink fish.
So someone a D20 and a D4 to try to attach it, I guess.
Just a D10.
What? Oh.
Sorry, a DC 10.
Okay, here we go. Bada-bada-bada-bum. I got a
Nat
nat
20.
20!
20.
And I've gotten a 4 every time I've rolled this d4.
All right, we'll add a
I guess my embroidery practice paid off after all. I'm putting like little like leaves in the stitches. Like we're gonna be here for like 10 hours, guys. It's fine.
Can I
It's
can I
gonna
show
look
you the
nice.
holy? Can I show you the holy symbol of Thrym and ask you to embroider that on?
Totes, I got it.
Cool.
All right, natural 20. She embroiders a rough
Yeah. Oh, it's
symbol
gorgeous.
of Thrym onto your sail.
It's not rough. It is perfection. I have nimble gnome fingers.
It is surprisingly good for how quick it was done.
Yes, thank
All right.
you.
It is approaching nighttime by the time you finish your boat.
3 days later.
Do any of y'all have proficiency with water vehicles? That will matter.
No. Is that a thing? No.
Yes.
I
it
have
is a
I have
It is a
dice
thing.
and I have herbalism. If anybody wants to grow some sweet herb on this boat while we're sailing. You know what kind of herb.
All right. I think I heard no from the group. So.
Play lovely music while we
Yeah, I got an instrument.
Ooh. Yeah.
All right. So it is approaching night. What do y'all want to do? Your boat is as good as you think you can make it.
I mean, we could just go. What's it matter? How does it look like it's gonna take hours or days or 30 minutes to get over there?
Looking out across the lake, you think it probably take 3 hours worth of paddling out to it.
Oh, sweet. So we get there in the middle of the night.
And remember, it doesn't ever get pure dark here. It's
Yeah.
pretty much just dims the silver light coming off the tree.
Yeah, I mean, if we're not tired, we might as well just giddy up. No point in waiting.
You have been up for
Oh, fine.
16 hours already.
Then
Yeah, we
I
probably-
guess we'll just take a nap.
I mean,
Go.
maybe we could start a little bit and then take a nap a little further, like down the river. You know, use some of our control. You know, our gust of wind spells now, and then nap later.
I
That way
just
we have more gust of wind spells for tomorrow.
I don't know how much
there-
time you've spent in this death water, but
Zero. I love water. What's wrong with the water? I say fully knowing you've told me what's wrong with the water.
if we touch the ground under this water, we're gonna get the just frog people and tentacles will appear.
So, like, I guess I'm saying, like, are there no, like, you know, big rocks sticking up out of the water anywhere? Like, would there be nowhere to stop along the way, or is it literally like flooded everywhere and there's nothing?
It
else?
is flooded everywhere except for where these towers of stone, like literally towers, worked stone,
Okay.
jut up
Okay.
out of the water.
Okay. I was imagining like maybe some trees sticking up and stuff. Okay, never mind.
Definitely not. This is
No.
unnaturally flat. It's
Yeah.
Gotcha.
literally like just glass still water that's slowly moving away from the central island. And it's only, a foot to 3 feet deep.
Yeah. It's pretty fucking weird water, bruh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm always down for some sleepy sleeps. I have
I mean,
to
it's
keep
already
my
taken us 3 hours to
beauty
get there. We
rest.
might as well sleep before we go.
Yeah.
Boggles
So,
actually is already asleep once you start tomorrow.
So we're gonna huddle under the tippy tip of this boat and have a little siesta, or not a full blown sleepy time. Take shifts, whatnot.
Have we been hearing the GIF like getting attacked periodically throughout this entire building process?
Yeah, you have, but they haven't sounded alarmed at any point.
Yeah, they are keeping the bad guys away from us right now. So, and I suggest we wait until they have finished a battle in the morning before we head out, because then all of the tentacles and stuff will be gone for a little while. Look, he's even snoring.
Alrighty. So what's y'all's game plan?
Slytherin.
Boggles is going to take the first shift because he's been sleeping through this whole boat building process.
I did all the smithing.
Oh, that's
He was
right.
the smith.
Oh, God. I just hear voices. I haven't attached them to people yet.
Sorry, yeah. Also, when
Never
I talk as
mind.
Boggles, it's more like this. So I also switch my voice. It doesn't help.
Boggles, the Thrim worshiper.
Okay. Cool. Are we going to make it through the night without incident, or is this going to be a whole thing now?
No, you proceed to sleep through the night, and morning comes and the light gets brighter again, and you hear an attack begin on the far side of the boat.
Cool. Let's get ready, guys. Who's going to be in front? Oh, I have to be behind the sail, puffin'. Who's going to be our navigator? Who has good, perception? Would that be? Or investigation?
You won't really have to navigate. You'll get there with
Okay,
no
no.
problem. We're
Yeah,
gonna
he
roll.
said there's literally nothing. It's just a flat lake.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
you're not.
Towers.
You see the silver light coming off the mesa from the tree, and it's hitting the emerald gem at the top of a specific tower. That's where y'all are going.
Okie dokie, artichoke. Somebody
It's gonna
wake
take-
Boggles up.
It's an open area.
I know I was kidding.
Alright, so we're gonna
All right,
draw
because
a
of your
boat?
ingenuity with the sail, etc., it's only gonna take 2 hours to get there.
Holla.
Nice.
All right,
Alright, here we go. I'm ready to,
and
puff.
and y'all's puffing, etc.
Should I use both of my gust of winds or just one of my 2 second level spells?
I mean,
up to you, DM.
I've got, mine's a cantrip, if you don't want to waste spells on it.
Your cantrip is not gonna be powerful
Oh,
enough to
well,
get.
fuck you too.
The only
Yeah.
reason you're gonna get an hour shaved off your time is if he uses his gust spells.
Yeah,
Both of them?
I'll use my gust, and it's I mean it's a second level spell and it's pretty strong, like really strong actually. So like I could use it for a minute to like propel us really hard once,
Right.
and then do it again later if we need to. But so it lasts for a minute, pushing us very strongly in the direction we're going.
You only need to use it once to shave an hour off. If you want to use both of your slots, you can shave another hour off.
I'll hold the second one in case something happens and we want to get away from it.
Okay. So what this is gonna do, y'all basically got all the way up to a +6 to this roll because of y'all's craftsmanship. All right.
You're welcome.
Y'all would have an additional bonus if anybody was proficient with water vehicles, but nobody is.
I'm in the forest. We don't have
Alright.
large bodies of water.
So basically this is a +6 to your roll, and you have guidance from
Boggles.
Thrim.
trim, yeah.
And so whoever wants to do the holding the oar or whatever to direct the boat as you're going is going to do the roll. So who is holding the oar?
The beautiful, perfectly shaped oar.
I will take responsibility for my creation.
All right. Riley takes control of the oar. All right, I
Make
need you
Grim
to
be with
roll.
us.
I need to roll a DC 15 as you're going across the lake. You got a +6 to your roll,
Plus the D4.
plus the D4.
It's gonna be great.
This is the first hour's travel.
Oh no.
Well, no, you got that. You're good with the +6. We're good. And the
Is it?
4.
Oh,
It's yeah. That's
Yep,
17.
okay.
Yep. All right.
all right, we're good.
You seemed a little worried for a second there. The raft kind of shook a little bit because of the speed y'all were going at first. The second hour's travel time, y'all's pace is slowed some because of the lack of wind, but you'll make it there in the next hour. Go ahead and roll again.
All right.
Oh,
Oh!
that's a 10. It's a 10. At least
Going
it
as
wasn't
hard
like
as
a
I
nat
can.
1.
All right, it was a 10. As y'all are proceeding your way across the lake, you actually come upon an area where the ground is only about half a foot deep,
Oh.
and your raft scrapes along the bottom and gets stuck.
Son of a bitch.
Okay,
What do y'all
so
do?
what? I'll wait and see if there's any better suggestions than me wasting my second level slot.
Everybody think light thoughts. What are my spells? Druidcraft, minor illusion. I have nothing useful. Could have. No, and it's so shallow. Like, we can't even get out. Did this not trigger things attacking us?
We haven't touched the water. I assume it's like living flesh has to touch the water.
Or touch the ground?
Or ground, thank you.
Is that
Should we use the
Matthew?
oar to try to push?
is that accurate? Are we about to get attacked?
I don't know.
Oh, you
Oh, no.
bitch.
What are y'all doing?
Panicking, obviously.
Kicking myself because I should have luckied.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Or hold on, you're not level 4. How do you have lucky? Or are you a?
Variant human?
Oh, okay, you're a variant human. Gotcha.
Could the two? No, because he's
Good storytelling moment.
Yeah. Are you telling a story?
The bard is like, yes, I'm ready. Tell me more.
She's like, I will spread this tale.
Like bad dice rolls can lead to good storytelling moments. Like how we would solve this issue.
Yeah, if
Exactly.
any of us were capable.
I mean, I
can,
could use my spell.
I
But...
can have either spike growth. I don't weigh enough to, like, if I got out of the boat, it wouldn't help. If I turned into a tiny animal, it wouldn't help. I'm not the heaviest one here, Goron. I'm assuming he's the tallest minifig.
I mean, yeah.
At
I'm
least we
pretty
don't have a
beefy.
whole frickin' elephant in the boat with us.
We do, but he's weightless at this moment. So.
Touche.
All right. So the
Yeah, we're stuck on the ground.
Possibly
So-
about to get attacked.
when you touch the ground, does it do like the tentacles come up where the ground was touched, or like in the area?
Kind of depends what happens.
It comes up in the area, the general vicinity.
Sometimes it's not the tentacles, it's little froggy boys, it's berries.
Do the tentacles move at all?
No, I
Or
mean
like
they.
respond to?
Like they stay in the little area, but like they wiggle around, they pick you
Yeah,
up, and
they can
drag
attack
under.
you, but they can't like move across the map. How close are we to the tower if we just?
You're probably an hour walk away from the tower.
Oh fuck.
You're only 30 minutes by boat.
Could someone get out and
So
push, and we just hope we move
Could we-
faster than the people that are gonna inevitably attack us?
So the boat is stuck on the. So could we use the oar and my great axe to push us backwards, and then try to redirect using my great axe as a makeshift oar to help move the boat around this higher
The water's
area?
like super clear, isn't it? So we could see.
Yeah.
Oh,
we
yeah,
can
we-
see
Why weren't we
the-
paying attention to avoid this in the first place? Where to God?
Because we rolled a 2 as a group.
This
Bad
is
luck.
this is why I said we needed someone up here steering us. You're like, oh, you don't need it.
Oh, I was at the back. I couldn't see.
Exactly. That's why Cressida or I should have. Okay. So can we look and see?
Sure.
Can we?
You can try and wedge yourself off, Goran.
Which direction do we need to go? Like we can see all around us. Which way looks deeper?
Just you're gonna
We
want to
know-
back off of it.
Yeah, we know we're gonna want to go backwards, so I'm gonna go towards the front of the ship. With my great axe, I'm gonna push down to the water, into the ground, and try to push the boat backwards.
Okay.
I'll try to do the same.
So
I've
Alright,
got a
so y'all are
wooden
pushing
staff.
down and off. All right. Everyone that does something that touches the spongy ground, roll a d6 and don't roll a 1.
D6, okay. Do we get to add our D4?
You don't get to add anything.
You're just trying
All
to
that
not roll
axe.
a 1.
Okay, I got a 4.
Alright,
You
you're
got
fine.
4.
You're fine. Anybody else?
Nope. I'm not getting involved.
Nope, just us.
All right. You got a high. You can use your strength modifier, DC 15,
Okay.
to push. So both of you can roll.
$18.
All right, you passed yours.
4.
Add your D4. You can get over a 5 at least.
He's not going to get to a 15, so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's at least it's a 5 instead of a 4.
Well, Goran, you push your side of the boat up, but the other side doesn't go up because he doesn't have the same strength as you. Everyone on the boat make a dexterity check as the boat wobbles.
Damn it.
Little.
Just a DC 10 to maintain footing.
I've got decent dexterity. Where's my thing?
If you have acrobatics, you can use that.
4. I got a 15.
You're fine. Just if you get lower than a 10, let me know.
I got a 6.
What's the...
Wait, can I guidance myself on this and hope for a 4?
It was kind of out of the blue, so you really
Oh,
wouldn't
that's
have had
fine.
time
Alright.
to roll that cantrip.
I
Makes
got
sense.
a 9, but I am going to lucky that.
I mean, I already fell in the water, so are you sure?
All right, he luckied his footing, and he's gonna roll again.
Oh my.
Why?
Even
Oofle's
worse.
gone.
Goodbye, cruel world.
Actually, no, yeah, just Oofle's gone. All right. So we have 2 failures so far. Who else?
We're good on our end.
Yeah, we're fine.
All right.
So who?
And who?
So Boggles and Riley are in the water.
Boggles and Riley. He
Just
loses
don't touch
his
the
footing
ground.
and he falls over into the ground and his back is just
Dadgummit.
touching already because it's only like half a foot deep.
What?
And Riley, you fall off the front of the boat with your oar because you just apparently your oar must have went down through the sponge and that's why you didn't push up. You fell off the front. All right. As y'all fall off the front and slam into the spongy ground, you hear the reverberating sound of something underneath y'all.
Get
You
back
have
in the boat!
you have a moment to make a movement if you want before the inevitable happens.
I move away from the boat so the attack doesn't like destroy our boat.
All right, so that was that Boggles or Riley that said that?
Oh, sorry. I move away from the boat.
Go ahead and move yourself. We'll draw a crude boat and. All right.
It's not gonna be crude. It's gonna be majestic. That's terrible. Okay.
Okay.
In the boat, in the boat, in the boaty, boaty, boat.
Goron, you
What?
would be near the front
Fuck
because
you!
of the.
Just chucking me. How?
Oh, where's the great axe?
I have
Right.
feelings. I'm a princess.
What? That's weird.
All right, so Boggles stands up, looks back at you, and just like in the movie Tremors, he runs away so it doesn't come up underneath you. All right, Riley, what are you doing?
Does anyone? I don't have any.
Oh God, wondering if this can work. So it responds to, I guess, with what we've learned so far about the tentacles and all that. So it responds to, is it like more aggressive if something like heavier or hits the ground with more force, or is it just kind of a?
It's much more aggressive when it feels like a living thing making those vibrations, and somehow they can tell the difference.
Act like a log.
Like, all right. I'm going.
So
I
you
want
fell
to.
off the boat right here. What did you want to do? Boggles stood up and ran 20 feet, 25 feet away.
All right.
Or 15 feet away.
I'm going to. Cast catapult on a crossbow bolt and just shoot it as far away as I can, which then allows me to use tempestuous magic to fly 10 feet
Okay.
back onto the boat. So I'm gonna like shoot off
Oh,
the
look at that
crossbow
arrow.
bolt somewhere, like just further
Far away.
along, and then just kind of float back onto the boat.
Perfect. All right, you do that, and you float back over onto the
Boggles
boat,
is
and
just like,
Boggles is
"Oi!"
now out there,
Alone.
15 feet away from the boat. Hey,
And we're still stuck.
Riley, you
Ah!
see way off in the distance where the bolt landed, and a tentacle bursts up out of the ground way over there.
Okay. Well then.
But right next to where Boggles went into the water, one whips up out of the ground next to him too.
So now, cool.
So there's one tentacle, and
the other one is on the way to the tower.
Oh, it's just really far away. It's not towards
Okay.
the tower. Because of Riley's thought processes, it appeared way off in the distance. All right. Coming boiling out of the hole that was pierced in the ground by that
cheese
tentacle.
and crackers.
a swarm of frogs come up with it.
I'm going to cast.
Bradley swarms up out of the hole and he says, "We meet again, Cressida. I will take you with me this time."
I'm gonna
Really?
cast flaming spear.
Everyone can roll initiative right now.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So no,
Does,
no casting yet.
What's Bradley looking like now?
How
Oh.
sexy is Bradley look?
Has he improved?
Bradley has kind of improved in the way frogs can. His skin's a little less translucent, so you can't see through him and see his organs very much anymore. He's got these coral adornments, almost like a crown made for him.
I mean, I don't know about you,
Nice.
Cressida, but I'm thinking Bradley's looking pretty good.
And I mean, obviously, he's big now.
Yeah, he is. I
Yeah.
see that. Mm-hmm.
So,
I
You
did
need to
not
make
do
me
great.
circle?
I got a 9 on initiative.
just
20.
put yourself on the initiative chart. We'll have to make some new ones for them.
Oh, okay. This is initiative.
So, let's see. Riley. There's one for you. What color are you? Purple?
Why are there so many dice over here?
Here's one for you, Riley. And Boggle.
I guess
I
we
got,
can move
I
Babar
got an
for now.
18.
What's your color?
Purple.
White.
Boggle is white.
Even though I'm rolling teal dice over here.
Alright, Boggle, you gotta. Here's your piece. Just put yourself where you're supposed to be. Alright. And I will roll for the bad guys. This is for the regular dudes. They rolled a 1.
Wow, they did worse than I did.
And now I'll roll for Bradley. He rolled a 3.
He did
Alright,
worse than
team.
I
They were
did.
not prepared.
No, it was hard getting up through that ground. Alright. Well, I think y'all all go before we do, so. Let's see. It's Goron.
Yep. So I'm gonna take my javelin and I'm gonna throw it at Bradley.
Alright.
And that doesn't hit with an 11. So
Nah, he bashes your javelin out of the air. It goes flying off
What's
into the.
that? My turn is over. You guys-
Alright.
Alright.
Goron is done, I believe.
Yep, Goron's done.
Riley.
Alright. Let's see. I can. For movement, I can move on to a space someone else is on, as long as I don't end the turn there, right?
It takes twice the movement, so normally it would take 5, so it takes 10.
Okay. All right. That's fine. Moving there, and I want to cast Thunder Wave.
Ooh, all right.
Check.
Thunder wave. All right.
15-foot cube originating from me.
I think that's a
Or is
deck
that-
save
oh, is
on
that-
my part.
Yeah. Wait, is it? Oh, is it just everything around me?
A 15-foot cube originating
Oh, okay,
from
never
you.
mind.
So 5, 10, 15.
But then it'll be
So
everything.
basically, it's
behind me.
everything there.
Nice.
because this is the first 5, second 5, third 5.
That's awesome.
All right. So what do I have to roll a deck save on that? I think.
Yes. Or no, it's a Thunderwave. It's Constitution. 14.
Okay. Bradley. He failed it.
Yes.
First dude failed it. That guy made it. Failed it. And failed it. All right. All but one failed. This guy didn't.
So this guy
Okay.
succeeded.
So it
Roll
is
your damage.
2d8.
What about the tentacle?
So 11.
11 points of damage to everyone there except for the one guy that got half, I believe. Is it half if I succeed on that spell?
Yeah, half as much.
Okay.
And
Nice.
if they fail, they get pushed 10 feet away.
Toward Boggles.
No boggles! Doesn't matter. All of these ones just get blown to pieces, and you can see their organs shatter inside their bodies through the skin.
I'm
This
over here
one's still
dry
standing.
heaving.
And gets pushed 5? Did you say 5?
10 feet.
10 feet. All right.
Nice.
All right. And yeah, this one looks just beat up. And the
Alright.
tentacle doesn't look any worse for wear. All right, and
That is
boom.
that is my turn.
You got to move out of that hex.
Your turn.
Move
Alright.
back.
All right. So Riley is done. Boggles. You see the frogs get blown through the air past you, and now they're on both sides of you. What are you gonna do?
I think I'm going to pull out my warhammer and smack. This one's almost dead, right?
Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna. Yeah, I'm just gonna try to smack him real good. So let me right click,
Smack him
roll,
real good.
roll.
How dare you come this close to me, sir?
Got a 15 armor class.
Oh yeah, I miss. I swing and just kind of fall face first in the water and like struggle to get back up in my my mail. I'm like drowning for a second. I'm like, I'm taller than this.
It's 6 inches of water. They said it was dangerous. I didn't believe them. All right. Boggles looks like he's in trouble out there, guys. And all right, you want to do any movement or?
I don't want to
Or
get
you
an
done?
opportunity attacked, but I'm gonna move slightly further away from the boat to get a little further away from the tentacle.
Okay, so you said you don't want to be
Oh, wait,
opportunity attacked?
sorry. I thought he was on this square. My bad. Yeah, no, I stay here. I mean, just kidding.
Okay.
Actually, no. Screw it. I move over here. I'll let him opportunity attack me. Actually.
All of them?
The tentacle's not in my range because I was here.
Right.
But now
So
both of the.
yeah, that's
Oh, okay.
fine.
All right. We will take our attacks of opportunity.
Yeah.
Bradley got a 18.
That is my armor class.
All right, he stabs you with his royal trident.
All right.
And does 7 points of piercing damage.
Oof.
All right, and then I am
The
gonna
other
use
one
my.
was gonna try to hit you, and he didn't hit you. All right.
All right, I'm gonna use my reaction. So when the creature within 5 feet of me hits me with an attack, I can use my reaction to make them make a dex save. And if they fail, they take some damage. Well, they take damage either way. It's lightning damage or thunder, but I'm just gonna reflavor it as cold because of Thrym. But resistances can still apply as lightning and thunder. Just flavor.
Yeah, I get it. I'm game. If you want to call it cold damage from now until forever, just to make your character more you, that's fine with me.
Perfect. I do that. So please give me a dex save from Bradley.
All right, dex save from Bradley. What is the DC on this dex save? I got a 16.
So he succeeds, so he only takes half damage.
All
Or he
right.
takes half damage from these bad boys, which I'm gonna do the. So 5, so he takes half, so he only takes two cold damage.
2 more cold. All right, 2 cold damage.
They are cold-blooded. I feel like they should have disadvantage.
Yeah, when he stabs me, it like goes up like Frost and Crust's trident, and like goes up and like burns his hand with how cold
Ooh,
it is
I
a little
like
bit.
Oh, he shakes his hand.
You're as cold as ice.
All right.
Everyone's still
So-
cold to Bradley.
Oh.
Oh.
I still like you as a
Princess
person,
Vespa.
Bradley.
He turns and looks at Princess Vespa. I like you too.
Oh no.
Got some competition, Chris.
It's fixating.
I can't handle this subplot of the story. Bradley breaks my heart.
Princess Vespa, it is your turn to do something.
Something. Well, I was hoping everyone would wipe all these guys out before I had to, Alright, I'm gonna thorn whip Bradley. Yeah, he might be into it. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know how D&D works. What do I roll?
A D20 plus
Okay.
your spell casting ability modifier.
Spell? What? Where is that?
It's under your spells page
Oh,
at the top.
what? Spells. Oh, so +4. The modifier.
You get your proficiency bonus to that also.
Oh, so 6.
Sounds right.
I believe you. 16.
16 hits.
Nice.
So then I roll 1d6.
Oh,
Yep.
Oh, wow, Trisha.
5.
5 points of damage. Ouch.
You create a long balance creature. Takes 1d6 piercing damage, and if the creature is large or smaller, you pull the creature up to 10 feet closer to you.
Up to 10 feet. So it's a choice. Do you want him to be pulled 10 feet closer to you? Or 5 feet? Or not at all?
Yeah, let's drag him closer to us so he's further away from Boggles.
5 or 10 feet?
Boggles the
5,
lesser.
10, yay, 5.
Alright. Anything else, Princess Vespa?
No, I'm good.
Alrighty.
I'm good.
Cressida. What are you gonna do to your boo?
I feel like he needs some happiness in his life. So I'm gonna cast Hideous Laughter on him.
Oh no, okay.
He has to make a wisdom saving throw.
A wisdom save throw. I don't think he's very wise. Alright.
Obviously not. He's still hung up on Cressida.
Let's see. Oh, nope, he got an 8, so he failed it.
So for now, he's just gonna fall prone and become incapacitated and unable to stand up for the duration because he's laughing just like so much.
Bradley falls to the ground laughing. You can hear the forced laughter. It's almost sadness at what she's doing to him. All right. All right. It is technically his turn. Do I get another save on my turn? At the end of my turn?
Let me see.
I think I
It
do.
says at the end of each of its turns,
Yep.
and each time it takes damage, they can make another wisdom saving throw.
All right, so it's the end of his turn. He rolled a 3. He is still on the floor laughing, and you can see the tears coming down his cheek,
Oh, Bradley.
mingling with the water of the lake.
No, I feel really bad.
You should, you monster.
Is he drowning like Boggles?
No, he's still sentient enough to keep his mouth above the water so he can laugh. Just so much laughter. All right, it is now the monster's turn, and this one will step towards you, Boggles, and try to stab you with its spear.
I'll have advantage if you do that.
He only got a 15.
Yes. I deflect it with my shield.
Bing! All right, they're done. Top of the round, Goron.
Do I have line of sight to little frog guy over here?
Yes.
Like around the tentacle? Okay, I'm gonna throw another javelin. Oh goodness. That is unnecessary, dogs. They're
Alright.
very excited.
15
Hey.
armor class.
Fire. 19.
You hit.
Sweet. And wait a minute. So 9 piercing damage.
How do you want to kill him?
Nice.
Just go straight through. Just throw javelin straight through his body.
It goes right through and pierces his heart and carries the heart out the other side of him off into the lake. Alright.
Much.
Alright. This one's down for the count. Boggle of blood kind of splashes you as the heart passes you.
It looks like the blood was like gonna miss me, but like I move into it to let it hit me.
You hear a quiet but very loud voice in your head. Ah, get the power of Thrym.
God.
Alright. We are now to Riley's turn. Riley, what would you like to do?
All right, so
Remember, this
Bradley.
guy's on the ground laughing, but he's still
he's
there.
laughing.
Oh, I wondered. He disappeared.
What do the
Yeah, so-
tentacles do? Like if we're
You-
within range, they would.
You have seen from when you arrived out near the edge of the world with everyone else when they were transported from the town, they would burst up out of the ground and grab someone, and they would squeeze them, and then they would pull them back down below the surface.
Okay. All right, I am gonna firebolt the tentacle.
Firebolt. AC 12.
That is a 19.
That's a hit. For a D10's worth of damage.
that was me.
That'll be my turn.
All right, you hit the tentacle with your firebolt. Scorches the side of it. Looks a little like calamari now. All right. It is Boggle's turn. Oh,
All right.
gone. Or no,
I believe in-
Boggle.
Riley is gone.
So it is Boggle's turn.
Yeah, it's Boggle's turn.
All right. I'm going to cast Shatter. You also have that spell?
Yeah.
It's my favorite spell actually. I don't know why. But yeah, so I'm gonna cast it centered around like here, ish. Not trying to flip that guy the right way, but so I don't hit the boat or myself, but I hit Bradley in the tentacle.
Hey, he's back.
I don't think I've ever had Shatter cast before, so
Yeah, it's a 10-foot sphere. It does. It's a DC 13 Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw. All right, Bradley failed it. Tentacle.
Poor Bradley.
Might die.
Tentacle made it.
What are we gonna
All
do
right.
if Bradley dies?
I will then use my ability, my Channel Divinity ability, that lets me deal maximum damage instead of rolling for lightning or thunder. And if you let me reflavor it cold, because I want to do like a cold shatter,
A little
if that's
ice
fine.
block on Bradley.
Like the humidity in the air consolidates around and explodes into ice shards is how I imagine it.
Perfect. Since you replaced your lightning from the other feature, we'll say you can do it with cold and thunder.
Perfect. That's what I like to hear. All right. So I explode and it does 24 cold damage to Bradley and 12 to the
Damn.
tentacle.
Bradley's
24.
fucked.
Because I used my ability to
Ouch.
do maximum damage, which I
Right,
can
right.
no longer do, and I'm out of second level spells.
Boom! Bradley is just—he's no longer laughing.
Oh.
And the tentacle, literally, I mean, honestly, Boggles, tell me what happens to the tentacle. It's dead.
Oh yeah, just the same like ice encrusts it along from the tip and just goes down all along until it hits the water, and then it just kind of you see cracks appear and starts to fracture, and then just falls apart into chunks of ice into the water.
Ugh.
All right, nice.
Ugh.
All right. Boggles, anything else?
I don't think I could do anything else. That was. Hey, let me see. Do I have a bonus action actually? Yeah, no, I'm done. That's it.
Okay. Boggles is done.
Oh, I move up into melee with Bradley.
Oh,
Okay.
Bradley.
So you move up into melee, and it is Princess Vespa's turn.
Oh, Bradley. I mean, I guess I'll just. What? Fuck.
Kill
I don't.
Bradley.
I mean, he's not dead.
He's about to be dead.
Oh.
How is he not dead? I don't.
Because Bradley is ripped.
Apparently.
The gym.
I hit the gym.
Has anyone been hurt? No, I don't want to waste any. I'm just gonna. I'm just not gonna do anything.
Okay. Vespa.
Princess Vespa is torn over this Bradley saga.
All right.
She
Princess
cannot
Vespa
participate further in his demise.
seems torn.
Yes.
All right. Princess Vespa does not do
Also,
anything. It
Princess
is now
Vespa's over
Cressida's
here,
turn.
like, dry heaving from all of the
Yeah, so
exploding intestines that have been happening.
Cressida.
Yeah.
Is it just Bradley? Oh
Yeah.
dear.
Yeah.
For,
I've been so cruel to him. I mean,
Put him out of his misery.
Ah,
That's the best thing to do.
Finish him.
Didn't he just show up to try to murder you guys?
No, he came here to try to steal Cressida away.
Oh, okay.
We have a complicated history with Bradley.
I guess I wouldn't know any of this, so I'm like, all right,
That's
this dude
fair.
just stabbed me for like a third of my health, so I'm gonna try to kill him.
Fair.
Yeah, you have to.
Hold on, give me a second. So, let me see, slapper.
There's my bonus
What did I really say?
action. Do I not have a healing? Did I get rid of my healing
What
spell
happens
to get this?
Cure,
If, like,
cure wounds should be what you have.
If,
I don't think I have it. I think I swapped it out.
So with the spell that I gave him, like even if he's attacked, he still has to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, okay. So I will try to make that to break out when he attacks me. What was the DC on it?
Oh, is it for my spell saving thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
15, I believe.
I just rolled a 15. So I broke.
Just to be clear, it's Tasha's hideous laughter.
Yeah, I just shorten it because I don't feel like saying the whole name.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say he makes the save at the end of his turn, so his turn would be over when he made the save.
He gets to make the save when you hit him with shatter.
Oh, right. Sorry, my bad.
That's what I was
forgot.
saying, because he was saying that he just like stopped laughing, and I was like, technically he might still be laughing even if he got attacked.
I got you.
You are correct.
So I think I'm just gonna be like, Bradley, my good fellow. We are a bit busy at the moment.
He looks up
I
for
feel
you and hope.
I feel like willing to let bygones be bygones. If you just wanna leave us for the time being, you go your way, we'll go our way, and call it a truce. What do you say? And I put my into it.
Yeah, go ahead and roll persuasion. DC 20.
Nathan left. Where's the dice? Hold on.
Where are you?
Scooch over.
Can you roll
You need this D20. Where'd you go? Which color are you? This one here.
He's got it.
You got it? Okay.
4
so
plus 9 is 13.
a 13.
You see the burning passion and fervor in his eyes, and it doesn't diminish. And he croaks out in a different language, but you can tell that it's a poem.
Oh, Bradley.
Are you done with your turn, Cressida?
I still have an action, right?
You do. You just did a soliloquy. That's free.
Okay.
Actually, that's
cast...
not true. You made a persuasion roll, and that is an action.
Okay, so I can't do comprehend languages, so I wanted to hear the poem.
Actually, I want to now too, because Matthew is gonna have to come up with it.
Nah, no, you've already used your action.
Sabotage.
Not your turn.
I guess that's the end of my turn.
Unless you want to move, yes.
No, I'm gonna stay.
Run
Alright.
out into the water towards Bradley. Slow motion, like what's that movie?
I stand up and use half my movement, and then he turns and looks at you. He makes a heart gesture with his hands towards you, Cressida. And then he dives into the hole.
Heyo. Cressida's
have a
hole,
question.
or?
Okay, go for it.
Do I get an attack of opportunity if he leaves my threatened square?
Yes, because he left your threatened and your melee range, you have the choice to take an attack of opportunity.
Do it. I make that choice. He stabbed me really hard.
Okay.
I don't do much damage, so even if I hit, MIT hit's not great. So.
All right, he's got a 15 armor class. So
I have a +3 to hit. So that's a 17.
Well, then you hit.
All right, it's only 1d8 plus 1 damage. So.
Bradley leaps through the air, diving gracefully, and then gets hit in the back with a warhammer
Oh.
2 damage.
But just barely.
for 2 points of damage. His dive is totally ruined now, and he belly flops into the water. But then he swims down and away. You can see the blood behind him as he swims down and away. What do y'all want to do?
Get back in the boat.
Be like, what the fuck was that, guys?
I like it. No questions. Just get back in the boat. Don't say anything. Actually,
I thought
no.
y'all were gonna get Bradley. Whew.
I was
Oh,
so
okay.
worried.
I was like, I'm gonna persuade it.
I have been so cruel to him. I didn't want to.
He's gonna come back and try to kill us again.
Actually,
I'm gonna
we're
run
in the
away with
water.
Bradley at some point.
I'm already in the water, I guess. So actually, I just pushed the raft off with your guys' help.
Yeah, no problem. Before you get back on the boat, you
Can I
wedge
cast
it off
Cure
and back.
Wounds on him to heal him? Does someone have a better
Yeah,
cure?
we'll do that in a second. Everybody
Okay.
take 5, go use the restroom, whatever, and then we'll continue.
Order that
That's a good
food
idea.
from what's its with.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
5
muting
minutes.
myself.
Alright.
Whoops. Every 14 days before February, so it might be late. I'm thinking we should be instead of box lunch. Maybe.
Mhm.
We can find something else.
Yeah. Good night.
Zero.
I'm back.
I did put the legs in.
Guess who's back? Back again. Bradley's back. Bradley's back. Bradley's back.
Riley, are you here?
Yep. Sorry, just got back. I had something at my front door.
No problem. We just got back also. Boggle? I think Boggle might still be absent. Cressida and Goron? I can hear them talking in the background.
She said present. They both said
Okay.
present.
Gotcha. We will wait a minute for Boggle. Crescent, I can't believe you almost got Bradley killed.
I mean, I didn't expect someone to do shatter on the poor soul for maximum damage.
We ordered
think you just
Jim
got
and
the
Nick's.
twin
Ooh, I'm gonna go get a bunch of that marshmallow fluffy shit that I made last night.
I'm gonna eat it after. Boggles?
Sorry, I almost murdered the reoccurring villain.
Alright. It's alright. It's part of the game.
I was just trying to play in character.
No, that's good. I like it.
That's how you should play.
Alright. So I think everybody's back. Except for she. Sarah just went to go get marshmallow fluff.
Delicious.
Yep. We've ground up Oreos and marshmallows and yep. Does anyone else want to do anything while before she comes back? I think she's gonna cast a healing spell on Boggle.
I would appreciate that.
Boggles, you are back on the boat.
At least Bradley probably won't be back for a little while.
Yeah, I feel like this is gonna take a little while to recover from.
At least a night's rest, right?
Which is
All right.
kind of battle in real life. You'd be down for.
Yeah, I like to think of health as not actual physical wounds and more along the lines of like levels of exhaustion.
Yeah.
So that it makes more sense in my head.
Well, it's magic too. We live in a land of magic.
True. All right, Sarah, you said you wanted to, or Princess Vespa, you said you wanted to cast a spell.
Rumple's gonna scratch my monitor. You need to get rid of that tentacle. She's very invested in it.
Where is it?
Over by the cannon.
Off screen.
All right, there we go.
I could see little claw indentations on my screen as she gently caressed a very expensive piece of technology. Moderately expensive piece of technology.
It only got weirder because it was a tentacle.
What's happening? Is she? Oh, she's standing on. She had 1 foot on my keyboard, so everything was not doing what I wanted.
Princess
Sorry.
Vespa.
Sorry. I was gonna heal.
Yep.
Boggles. Cure wounds. 1d8 plus your spell casting ability modifier.
Probably +4.
Yes. So 1d8.
Now, as a Druish princess, you can only marry a prince, correct?
Are you proposing?
Well,
Oh,
I'm
that's
not a prince.
terrible.
Not a great
Oh,
roll.
well, it's 5.
I'm almost back to full, so that's good.
Okay. Alrighty. So the boat is off of the obstruction, and y'all can paddle the rest of the way there without any problem. Alright. I'm going to load the different map now.
I'm a map. Oh. I'm a map. I'm a map. I'm a map.
Alright.
Land.
I would love to see what the like the code base of this looks like, the tabletop simulator.
Spaghetti.
That's kind of what I'm imagining based on like how it loads assets and stuff.
Well, a problem is that a lot of the assets are hosted in random places because it all comes through the Steam Workshop. So it's hit or miss on how well any of it works. Because if they just stop hosting those files, it will have it'll have an address to nothing, so it'll air out.
I love to hear it.
Yep. But it does give an incredibly huge quantity of potential assets for free. So
Yeah, which is awesome.
yeah.
I've lost everything.
Good. Yeah.
All right. So I will put y'all's characters back on the table. Here is
Oh, this is cool.
Cressida, Goron.
Looking
Princess
over at your
Jessica.
character sheets, that's pretty cool. You can host them on here.
Yeah, you can import PDF files into the table.
I assume you can save a D&D Beyond page as a PDF and then import it.
Mm-hmm.
You can.
All right, cool. That's good to know.
All right. I have to pull in the other characters. Let's see. Boggles. And don't come over here, kitty cat. Go.
Yeah, no.
Go.
You gotta deal with it now. You
No,
deal with it.
I'm putting
kitty
this
got
on the ground.
claws.
Kitty got claws. All right.
She's been.
So, and Riley, you'll have to rename your guy because he's giant again. There we go. All right. So
Boggles
y'all
is
have.
Am I gonna get all my animals back at some point? Is this just a temporary new thing?
Here's your bag. Your beast bag.
It has 100. I didn't have 166.
Did you not have
Yeah, you're right.
166?
Bad
Did you
hands.
really?
Different bag. Maybe this one.
Where's Sparkles?
No, here it is. Shape change bag. There it is. 12 shapes.
There they are.
All right. All right. So y'all have approached the tower. So y'all are coming from the land direction, and it's a tower that's about 10 feet up, circular, has a dual stairwell, and then there's a ramp that goes down into the water where you could pull your boat up if you wanted. But y'all are still probably 5 minutes rowing out from it. What do y'all
Bison
want
in
to do?
here? Where are 2 bison? What the fuck is that?
What are y'all doing?
I'm following the
follow
other
the
people's
tower.
lead.
I'm over here fucking with my animals. Where are we? What are we doing? There's a.
We're rowing up to it, right?
We're 5 minutes away.
I'm giving y'all a chance to do whatever you want without being right on top of it.
Yeah, we can prep.
I mean, I ain't got none. I'm good.
Okay? So y'all are just whoop, right up to the edge.
I lost sparkles.
All right. Can y'all remake your tokens for me?
Which token?
They're
Oh,
over
those
by the initiative chart.
Oh.
It's a new table, so just name them so that I can reference it quickly. All right.
Oh, there's sparkles.
What color were you on? Yeah.
All right, y'all have pulled up to the ramp that leads to the stairs that lead up to the surface. So think of it, big circular platform with a square tower coming out of the center of it.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I said it's a circular platform about 10
Okay.
feet up from the water's edge, and there's a square tower jutting up out of the middle of it into the sky.
Sweet.
There's 2 staircases that go, either direction up to it.
And we don't see.
We don't
that
see
other random
anything.
person either.
No, you don't see anything yet.
And yet. And this is the purple light tower.
It's more of a silver stream of light coming from the tree, and that then hits the crystal at the top of the tower. That's a greenish color.
Yeah, I don't know where I got purple, but whatever. But this is the tower.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's do this, guys.
Do we want to go left or right?
Always left.
Yep, that's what I was feeling too.
All right. Just go ahead and set yourself in the order you're gonna go in.
I'm not first, but I'll be second. Should put the. I'm making the barbarian go first, or whoever you are. What
Thanks. Yep, that's
You're
me.
big. Oh, he is also carrying the
Tell your
treasure.
wild
Though.
shape, and then I'm hiding behind you again.
Boggles will take the lead since he's not carrying the treasure chest.
Oh yeah, I'm carrying
Boggles
the treasure
is big and
chest.
strong. Strong and big.
I am not
Boggles.
strong or big.
Boggles takes the lead.
But he
I
believes
think
Alright.
I'm really big.
Yeah, no problem. Y'all progress all the way to the top of the stairs.
There we go.
With no problem. And when you get to the top, you feel like you can hear like scratches coming from the other side of the tower. Like something hard on stone.
Oh.
What do y'all want to do?
Hard.
Like dragging across it.
Like a body?
No, not like a body. It's not constant.
Really?
More like clicks as something hard hits it and then it moves on.
This doesn't have my brown bear. Which is only the one I use the most, Matthew. Thank you. Oh, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Use it the most.
I'm going to flip the table. I'm going to do it. Butthole.
What do we want to do?
Oh, you bitch. Now I can't delete any of them. Oh, I'm so angry. God.
A swarm of bears appeared.
Yes, they attacked the DM. God.
All right. What do y'all want to do?
So the scratching's on the other side of the wall? From
Other side of the tower.
Other side of the tower. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And we're at the top of the staircase?
Yeah. And the wall that you can see is unmarred by anything. It's just solid worked stone jutting up into the sky.
How high would you say?
Goodness, 30 or 40 feet.
Oh, that's pretty high.
So to progress from here, do we get to like the top of the tower, or is there like a door?
From where you're standing right now, you can't see a door.
And they're scratching from the other side, or dragging, or clawing, or.
Can I look for like maybe tracks? Like if anyone's been up this way? Maybe I don't know if it's pretty unremarkable. Maybe like just like scratches in the ground or something.
Sure, make a survival roll.
All right, cool. Let me. Where's my dice? Over here. Can I guide myself as well?
Okay.
Guidance of Thrim, I ask. All right,
The rim guides you.
Yeah, a little cold gust of wind as he gives me a 4 plus. All right, so that's 13 plus 18.
Sure. You definitely see, like, in the algae and stuff that's formed over time from the water, you see like a distinct trail that's kind of going around the tower in a circular pattern, and it seems like it has like a bunch of just like two-toed feet from
Kind of.
4 legs.
Would you say it's like a like almost looks like a patrol, like someone walks this perimeter frequently, or?
That's exactly what it looks like.
All right, I point that out to the group.
Does it look like they get a Yankee feet?
No, they don't have 2 toes.
I know, but like.
He would be Thor.
No, you're right. You're right.
So it has 4 legs,
Mhm.
2 toes on each leg.
Yep.
Do any of us know what that is? I know a lot about creatures.
You hear the sounds of the scratching coming from this direction. What do y'all
it's
wanna
coming
do?
around the. Well, let's. Is there a spot to
Go the
hide?
opposite
Can
way.
we all trot, skitter? What was the word we used? Around and hide behind this tower?
You're gonna perform the Zoidberg skitter.
Yeah. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yes.
Y'all can do whatever you want. Just let me know.
That's what I vote for. Guys, there's something coming. We got to hide.
Riley concurs.
Yeah.
Plunk.
All right, make a
Oh,
stealth
that's right.
roll,
Yeah,
everybody.
we should do stealth. A stealth skittle. I've lost all my. I don't even know where I am anymore. Here we go.
All right, disadvantage. So that's a 9 for me.
Okay, I gotta beat a 9 so far.
17.
Guess I
17?
could
I have
guide myself.
21.
Okay.
What you want me to? For stealth, you want me to-
If I can guidance myself, it's a
You
13.
can. 13.
Great Odin's beard, let my chainmail be quiet.
All right.
on this
Anybody
day.
have lower than a? Does anybody have lower than a 13?
Cressida got a 6.
Good
Aw.
God. What are you doing?
Alright.
She's still thinking about
Come on, I rolled
Bradley.
one.
You rolled a 1.
You had that bonus stealth and everything. Oh, so distracted.
Just dragging
Let's
her
see.
loot.
Obviously,
Woo! I rolled a natural 20 on my perception.
Damn
so.
it.
Bradley has distracted me.
All right. You hear the sound of scuttling and clacking increase as y'all are still out here
shit.
since he detected you. It comes around the
What
edge of the
the
tower.
fuck?
It goes.
That's
And it
Zoidberg.
clacks. It clacks. It goes clack, 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 clack with its claws. Go ahead and roll initiative.
I was totally about to
y'all-
befriend him. Animal handling. Dude, this thing's awesome. See if we can stun it instead of kill it.
It's always a
I have
possibility. You can do
22.
non-lethal damage. Go ahead and just put yourself on the chart.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I don't know why I'm so disoriented on this map. I'm like, I don't know what anything is. It's like I can hear it calling to me.
Stop it. What? Yeah, you got 23.
No.
You're going first.
Oh.
Chewy. All right. Let me roll myself.
We could not skitter as well as the Eldritch Zoidberg.
Nope. The Grandmaster Zoidberg has not taught y'all to skitter. All right. I got a 16. All right, Cressida.
Okay, so he's pretty far. Let me see what my range is. 60. What did you say? I need to be about 60 feet away.
50. He's like 55.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna cast Shatter.
Oh no, not again.
So Constitution saving.
Yep,
Throw.
for con save for half, if I remember correctly.
What's your... Yeah.
15.
I only got a 14, so full damage.
Okay. So can you roll 3d8s?
3d8s, goodness.
Good.
It's a good spell.
It's even better the way that. Who was it that did it last time? That also. Max is. I don't know.
21.
21 points of thunder damage.
Damn.
Nice.
Phew, that's almost maximum. Somebody named it Zoidberg. 21 points of. Alright, so. Yeah, that's the sound it makes as it takes that damage.
You
see
had to bring
fragments.
spines.
Fragments of its chitin like chip off as the shattering force hits it, but it still looks ready for battle, eager. All right. Anything else, Cressida?
That is all. Thank you.
Okay. It is Princess Vespa's turn.
I don't know what to do. It's far too late to attempt my animal friendship spell that I was considering.
Try being faster.
I rolled really high. I was like, I'm going to be able to do it. And she got one more than I did and just fucking obliterated it. So that's that.
That's the way the cookie crumbles.
I don't want to.
We don't negotiate with Zoidbergs.
Could you imagine me riding him into battle, though? It would be amazing. Well, I mean, I'm holding off on doing any. I don't want a wild beast, whatever, all willy nilly. It's too. There's just one guy and he's almost dead. So 5, 10, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Nah. And then I will thorn whip him. Whip him good. He's not too late
Whip him good.
to whip him. So, and so it's this +4?
16 armor class.
Oh, so.
That +6, because it's +4 for your ability modifier, +2 for proficiency.
Oh, jeez. Okay, whatever. I got it. It was something. It's more than whatever you said.
Yep.
So now. Oh, look, there it is. +6, right there. Making me do all this math. It's just right. Anyway, what? One. Nope. Yep, this one. One mighty whip. Because I'm not into it. I didn't want to kill him. I wanted...
And your thorn whips out and hits him. It curls around his claw and it hurts him a little bit. And you can see a scratch
He goes,
on his
"Ow!"
carapace. But do you want to pull
No,
him towards you?
nope. Mm-mm.
All right.
No, I'm good.
All right. What else? Are you done?
Wait, how many? 5, 10, 15, 20. Well, just back up 5. Now I'm done.
All right.
Who's next? Oh, fuck me. Okay. This is fine.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Damnation.
Oh no.
I'm so little!
Yeah, Zoidberg charges towards you, making his noises that I can't make, and
Should have had him come in like this.
he tries to pincer you in half.
Damn.
All right, let's see if he hits you. What's your armor class?
17.
17. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
1 and 1.
You wouldn't think it by the fact that you can see my navel, but
I only got a 12, so you nimbly dodge out of
Yeah.
the way as he
Shwa, shwa, shwa,
tries
shwa,
to
shwa,
pincer
shwa,
at you.
shwa, shwa.
And now he's gonna get you with the other claw.
Fuck.
17 plus 6, so that's a hit.
Damn.
Ching!
I bobbed when I should have weaved.
And you take only 7 points of
Only 7, he says.
bludgeoning damage. And you are now grappled as it squeezes you with its pincers.
I don't know what that means. What does it mean if that I'm grappled?
Means you don't have any movement speed.
Oh, okay.
And I think it might mean something more. Grappled. You have a 0 movement speed. And that's it. You just have a 0 movement speed.
I should have turned into a fucking bear.
It's not too late. Alright, I'm done. It is Goron's turn.
Oh, fun.
Oh, fun.
So if I set the chest down, is that an action? Since
No.
I'm having to carry this thing? Okay, then I'm going to set the chest down.
Cha-tonk.
I'm going to move up to here, and I'm going to rage and attack with my great axe.
Yeah. Fuck it up.
Rage. Got a 16 armor class.
Rat.
Yeah,
And that is
you
the end
hit
of my
him,
turn.
but it chips off chitin. It doesn't do any major real damage.
A for
Alright.
effort, Goron.
Now, remember, Goron, you can attack recklessly.
Oh, fudge.
Ooh,
Let's do that.
You can do it next turn.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. I just read
Alright.
that too.
Alright, so Riley's turn.
Riley.
Oh, sorry. Muted. So I am. Yeah, I think I can do this. I think I can use my a sorcery point to quicken spell
Mm-hmm.
a cantrip.
You can.
So I will cast Mind Sliver on Zoidberg.
Yep. That's a save on my part, I think.
Yep. Int save 14.
Intelligence save. Well, I ain't got none of that.
Oh.
Well, it's a natural 20 minus 3. So it's
So that's-
17.
Yep, so that's good. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate.
Valiant effort. I regret
So that was your
every
that was your
decision
bonus
I've made
action.
today.
Yep.
So now you have your action.
All right. Well, let's hope for something better here. I'm going to cast catapult at the second level, shooting like a crossbow bolt at it. So that's a dex.
Failed that one.
All right. Make it 4d8.
You don't have to roll to hit with catapult, so it's just a dex save.
Yeah, it's a dex save.
Interesting. Most projectiles are.
Ooh. All right. 8, 16, 24, 29.
Goodness gracious. 29. Oh. A great crack appears in its body as it gets slammed by this hypersonic crossbow bolt. Ugh.
Am I okay?
Yes, you're fine. All right, Riley. Anything else?
I'm gonna move back.
All right. All right. It is Boggles, the High Priest of Threat. Turn. I guess it's easy to be the High Priest when there's only one.
It's true. It's true.
Who's
Let's
gonna
see.
challenge you?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. All right, let me rotate myself. Left.
So
Ah.
are Riley and Cressida guarding the chest at this point?
All right.
Just sitting on the ground back here.
I'm gonna cast guiding bolt at it.
Guiding bolt.
So let's see. Roll. Not great. 12.
16 armor class. Your guiding bolt splash against its chitinous armor, and it just dissipates.
Shouldn't known better. So that's my turn. I do like a really bad diving roll, like you know in movies where someone like clearly can't do a diving roll, and it's like a nerdy guy, and like he very slowly does it and like doesn't stand upright. That's what I do.
He rolls on his side rather than on his shoulder. Yeah.
And I cast mid roll, and that's why I think in my mind it didn't work.
Perfect. All right. So it is now.
Bitch. Someone revoked my access. I can't do any. I can't get stuff. I worked hard on that chest.
Promote.
Mm-hmm.
Don't flip tables.
Have you
Give
flipped
me
the
a reason
table?
to.
She has flipped the table. This is history. All right. Top of the round. It is Cressida's turn.
Just do some good old fashioned vicious mockery.
All right, we're rolling out the vicious mockery. All right.
Yeah.
You're not a real scientist.
So let's hear this mockery. What is this mockery?
Wait, did it pass? You have to do the wisdom saving throw.
That's fair.
I
I
mean,
got a
you're
15.
You're still mocking either way.
That's true. I should still. Well, I'll just say your face makes onions cry.
Oh, ouch. He made a 15, so I think he passed it. He doesn't seem disturbed.
Yes,
He's kind of happy about that.
He likes being scary.
Oh, wait, I have a good response.
What? You have a good response? What,
Is,
for the picture back to me?
Okay.
What's the...
I put it in Discord. It's a Zoidberg meme.
Zoidberg says, your insult is bad and you should feel bad.
I lightly cry.
It's because of his face.
Oh look, this was me running up to attack him. I could do this all day.
God, so good. All right. Cressida, I think, is done. Princess Vespa.
You need Zoidberg in the party. It has to happen.
I was gonna try and befriend him.
I mean, you could still do it.
Definitely not now. We have all attacked him. I thought Matthew said that he was almost. Oh God, no.
The jiggly.
Oh, God, no.
I thought Matthew said he was almost dead, or I never would have run up and thorn whipped him.
No, I think he said I almost did maximum damage as far as like my spell went.
God, I'm so uncomfortable with these gifts.
The description I gave after that was that he does look hurt, but still very in the fight.
Yeah, well, I don't pay attention to you when you talk. So.
Oh no, the consequences of my actions.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I'm.
Man, these gifts. Oh.
Yeah, no, I completely minimized Discord. I'm not going back to that for a while. I'm so uncomfortable. That's like what like he's just like on my head.
Oh. He is grappling you right now.
I know, exactly.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Then,
I deleted one of them, but I'm leaving the other one on there.
I mean, it's very real right
now.
Escape the grapple.
I mean, if you look at the figure, he even has those.
I know. That's why he's so Wait, here. Hold on.
You had to bring spines into this.
So what is it? The leaves and swirling winds and and then the sound of birds flying away and
You run away.
and Princess Vespa is gone.
And poof!
Boom, motherfucker! Now I am not a dire wolf. I'm a brown bear. And I've lost all my damn dice. Boop. Boop. This one is my bite attack. This one is my claw attack.
Bum, ba-da-bum. Looks like the claw did well.
9. Do I get... Oh, plus 6. So 15 bite and 26 claw.
Bite missed. Claw hit.
26 is a very high number.
Yeah.
2.
It's got a 16 armor class.
2d6. Bite damage. No, claw. Damn it. This is how they got claw damage. Oh, fuck. I had all this ready to go till somebody do a new table. We don't need to carry any of this stuff over. Sarah's good at math on the fly. 2d6 plus 4.
That's what D&D Beyond's for. It does all the math for you.
Fair enough. So 10 damage with my claws.
10 damage on the claws. Ow. She scrapes pieces of its chitin off. It's still hanging on to you, though.
Oh, damn. To what? Like a leg?
Yeah, he's holding onto your leg. You're grappled.
Maybe he
Alright.
has me by my muzzle, and that's why my bite failed.
Alright, he is going to attack you with his claws. Or with his pincers, better said. Let's see. I got a 17 with one of them.
That hits.
And it's 14 points of damage. And now he's gonna suck on your head with his tentacles.
Grody. Hold on, I need to do. I forgot about my HP. So, temp is 34. And you just did how much damage?
14.
14.
And you need to make a Constitution saving throw, DC 13.
So I got 13.
You made it. Alright. You feel the beginnings of a poison from its tentacles hitting you. Then you somehow resist it.
Bears are immune to your poison, Zoidberg.
Alright. Goron.
Okay, I'm gonna recklessly attack this time.
Alright.
In my rage. Means I have advantage, right?
Right.
That's yeah. Well, that didn't do so hot. So I got a 16.
16 hits.
That meets, so that's nice. Okay. And 14 slashing damage.
How much?
14?
14.
Yeah.
Do you add the rage?
Added
extra
my,
damage?
yeah, added my rage.
Okay.
Yeah. It's only 2.
Every bit counts.
Oh yeah.
You open a great rent in its side, and there's ichor and chitin and everything flowing out of it. Obviously wounded. Badly. Alright. Goron, are you done?
My turn is over.
Riley?
Alright. I will just do. How hurt does this thing look? It's looking in real rough shape.
Really, really rough shape.
All right, I will
Dude,
just.
we could
do
start a fire and like cook it. Anybody got some like butter and.
Oh, perfect. I will firebolt it.
16 armor class.
I got a 15.
God, it splashes against its remaining chitin armor, doing nothing but a scorch mark. Alright. Anything else, Riley?
Nope.
Alright. Boggles, the high priest of Thrym.
Boggles will. Do you do flanking? Either way, he'll move behind it.
I don't generally do flanking just because it's
Nope, that's fine.
more detrimental to the players than it is to the monsters.
It really is. So I'm gonna swing with my warhammer that I'm really good at. Yay, 17. All right. Now I have to go get my D8. All right. Trying to bring them over so they're near us. Yeah. Woo! All right. So that's a 5 damage there.
5 more damage. As you break more pieces of chitin off, renting the hole wider and wider. Alright. Top of the round, Cressida. Unless you have something else, Boggles. Sorry.
No, I'm done. Sorry, I guess I should have said that.
I'll do vicious mockery again.
Your mockery means nothing. Let's find out if that's true. Ah, I got a 17.
Doing so well.
All right. Anything else, Cressida?
No, but my mockery at that point was. What was it? I lost it. That's why I didn't do well. Crap. Oh, hold still. I'm trying to imagine you with a personality. It's gonna be mine.
He rears up on its hind legs and it wiggles with personality. All right.
I got your personality right here, Bert.
While still grappling the bear.
All right, Princess Vespa.
Is there? Can I do anything to escape the grapple?
You can make a strength check to try and escape. It uses your action.
Oh, well, that's just the.
It's a DC 14 strength or acrobatics. So athletics or acrobatics. Check.
Strength. I've got a +4. Is that? He's all. I'm just gonna attack him from whatever.
Okay. Looks like 2 misses.
Son of a bitch.
Ah, he's manhandling you around with one claw. You can't really get your bites and claws attacks in on him.
Fuck
All right.
me.
All right, it's his turn. And
Damn it.
Go ahead and make your DC 13 Constitution saving throw.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, you feel just this cold, paralyzing feeling flow through your body, and you suddenly feel trapped in your body because you can't move at all.
Whoa.
Oh no. Actual paralyzed?
Yeah, she's paralyzed.
Oh no.
I'm not
That's not good.
paralyzed. I seem to be struck by you.
I'll come back to you.
Oh. What the fuck?
He releases his hold on her.
Oh.
And turns to you, Goron. And tries to hit you with his pincer attacks. A natural 20 on one.
Son of a bitch.
And a 18 to hit with the other.
Okay, how much am I down now?
That is also not good.
Nope.
Matthew's gonna wipe us
Nope,
all out.
not good.
No, it's fine.
You took 26 points of bludgeoning damage. But you are raging, so you take half that.
Nice.
13.
Nice.
Alright, I'm done. And also, Goron, you're grappled now.
It sucks. Of course, being completely
Alright,
stationary
Princess
isn't better.
Vespa,
What?
you are paralyzed for 10 turns.
Oh, son of a bitch.
I doubt it will matter, but
Do you get to
can
make
start.
saves?
No, there are no saves.
Huh?
Actually, no. You can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of your turn. So DC 13 at the end of your turn, Princess Vespa.
Okay.
So
All right, I'm done. So,
so
Goron,
I need
your
a
turn.
counter, you're saying?
continuously reckless attack.
Nice.
That hits.
Okay,
You
sweet.
hit.
11 slashing damage.
How do you want to kill him?
I chop off his head.
Jank!
Death to Zoidberg.
Zoidberg's tentacle-covered head falls to the ground. Ichor spurting everywhere and his body flopping in death throes. He releases his grasp on you with his claw.
Sweet.
You are non-combat, and Princess Vespa, eventually, the paralyzing effect
Ooh.
recedes from your body.
Great.
I just noticed the
Great,
chest
great,
is on the field now. That's hilarious. I was not looking back there at all. So I'm gonna go over and pick up the chest again.
All right.
There's
You
nothing
don't
I can
hear any more scuttling or anything on the
that's good.
field.
So how much time do I have left as a bear at this? Oh, Sparkle!
Sparkle.
At this point, you have enough time to. I mean, you got like 59 minutes left.
Okay, cool. How do I make all three of these things stuck to each other so Sparkle stops falling off?
The combine tool on the left-hand side of the screen. I think it's attach, maybe.
Attach, fixed joint, hinge joint, spring joint, attach. Did I do it? Somebody move it.
You can hover over two things.
Yeah!
So another thing you can do, I think, is hover over two things and then toggle. Oh no, never mind. We don't have that feature. Never mind.
I just like how they're floating 2 feet above him.
I figured out how to lock things, so now I can't roll my dice though. That was
Yeah.
nice.
That's true. All right, what do y'all want to do? Y'all are standing around contemplating cooking Zoidberg, and
Toggle starts cracking it open for its meat.
yeah, no problem. You crack it open.
Vespa's
pulling out
gnawing
gobbets.
on a claw.
Can I dip it in butter? Do I have butter? Can I have butter?
I roll a d20. 10 or above, you have butter in your pack.
Sweet. Ah, no butter.
No butter.
No!
Riley would be like, "Is that even safe to eat?"
Don't know.
If you're a bear, you can eat anything.
Well, all right.
Ow.
So y'all are both eating Zoidberg. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
I'm already poisoned. What the fuck does that matter?
You're not poisoned anymore.
It just magically goes. Whatever. Doesn't matter. 17.
You passed. Boggles.
Oh wait, I have advantage as well because I'm a dwarf.
True.
So that's a 14 plus. You said con, right?
Mm-hmm.
17.
You passed too.
Ha-ha!
They're just over there
Delicious.
chowing
Zoidberg
down.
is delicious.
All right. Everybody else, it looks like they're not suffering any ill effects from eating Zoidberg.
I'm not gonna do it.
Riley doesn't trust it.
All right. What do you all want to do?
Why is this fog of ward?
Because I wanted to hide the center of the building till you open the door.
Oh, there's
Where's-
a door.
We're gonna
the door?
continue around
Alright.
the tower until we find a door.
Which direction are you going?
Clockwise.
Go this way.
I'll
Towards
go
Sarah's
in front now.
person.
Okay.
Signs.
So as you get to the back of the tower right here, you see off on the back a ways there's an actual boat with an anchor set.
Oh, so this is all
There's nobody-
water.
There's nobody on it.
Okay.
And it looks design wise just like, it was made by the same people that made the Get Yankee boat.
Okay, I have keen smell. Can I smell around the corner?
You smell the smell of Galnin. It's just lake water and fish.
Look at you using the name of this place like you've never said it before.
I have said it before.
Okay, cool. We're over here now. Have we seen
Okay,
any
no problem.
doors?
You get all the way around,
Okay.
and you see the door right here.
Could we not see that from down this bottom of the stairs?
It's 10 feet up.
Well, whatever. I'm glad we went on a walking parade to get here.
At least you saw the boat. Bradley comes out of the water and eats Princess Vespa.
None of the bear.
Alright.
The whole bear.
Yomp.
Where the fuck did I go? How far away did you throw me?
Probably threw you in one of those bags if I had
Son
to
of a bitch. Find it, Matthew.
guess. No.
God, no. You suck.
I have to link
Undo.
them all back together.
Damn it. I swear to God, Matthew.
Sarah's been
You bitch.
promoted again.
Where the fuck? How do I even find myself? God bless.
Zoom out really far and then zoom to where you look at want to
Ah,
find things.
ha, 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 ha.
Alright.
There's a bunch of bears over here.
Yes,
There's like
there
12
are.
bears.
Yeah.
There's so many bears. Why don't you just grab one of those many
Because
bears?
I already found a squirrel and a lizard for
Alright.
Sparkle, and
Why do you have 50 bears?
Matthew is an asshole. I can delete them now. I don't know what you're talking
No, I
about.
wanted to grab all of them. What if
No.
I grab all of your animals and let's just bring them right?
Attack of the Princess Vespas.
Alright. You open the door and you peer into the room.
I'll lead the way as I was, by the way.
Yeah, I got you. You open the door, and in the center of this room, you see the figure of a Githyanki, all torn to pieces and laying on the ground
Oh, no.
on what can only be described as a massive piece of crystalline glass that is see-through, and you can see the ocean underneath it.
Oh
Ew.
shit.
In this room, there are, bookcases kind of run down, all of it's molded and stuff, and there are two statues standing up and observing the
Do they look remarkably like chess pieces?
They don't actually. They
Oh.
look like just well-carved humanoid figures. All right, and then there's tables and chairs and just a place that used to be used for study and observation. These are stairs that go up. So think, the big staircases in the movies that go up on both sides and then they turn and come up again to the next floor.
Oh, okay. So, but this is on the ground floor?
Yeah, this is on the ground floor.
Okay, and this is going up to a new level.
Yeah.
Okay.
So think balcony that overlooks the pool.
Okay. Cool.
Boggle, you look up at the ceiling of this room too, which is about 20 feet up, and there is another crystalline glass in the floor above you, vaguely the same shape as the one that you see on the ground.
Okay.
Cool.
Does it look about the same size, or is it a little smaller or bigger?
Marginally smaller.
Okay. So could I assume if in theory there was a floor below us or something, it might be marginally bigger, like some sort of amplifying or effect, maybe?
You look through that one that on the ground right there, and it's just water. You can see the ocean underneath it.
Okay, so there's not another one built under the ocean. Okay.
Not that you can see. I mean, you can't see very far into the water. It's
I step into the room to try to look up and see if there's more than just one floor above us, to get close to this.
Can
But
I
let me know if I,
fit
like,
through the
trigger
doors?
anything.
I guess I can.
Yeah, you get all the way to the edge of it and look up, and you can see, 2 floors above you.
Okay.
And the final floor, you look out and you can see the sky, and you see the green emerald floating above the top one.
All right. Hey, I think it's that emerald. I see it. It's up like 3 levels. So I think we need to go up.
So the gift sitting here. This is like a glass.
Mm-hmm. And he's just lying there, partially dismembered.
I'm gonna approach.
Does it look like
there-
he fell from a great height and splatted, or he was ripped apart by a crab man, or he was chopped up with weapons?
Guys, I'll be back in 1 second. You can keep going without me.
Okay. He looks like he was bashed apart, bludgeoned almost, and he has holes that were pierced into him, but you don't see what could have caused it.
So, but the moral of the story is someone beat the crap out of him. Or something. He didn't just fall.
Right.
Okay. Cool. Does anything smell weird in here? Because that's all I got going for me right now.
No.
Okay. Cool. Are Goron and Cressida just staying outside?
I don't know.
I will go along with the crowd.
All right, no problem.
Can a bear walk up these stairs?
Oh yeah.
Can I investigate the circle to see if there's anything like magical about it?
Sure, you can do an Arcana check.
Oh God.
Oof. 10.
A 10. Yeah, you look at it, and pretty much all you can determine is that it does seem to have some type of focusing intent. Like there are runes around the edge of it, but you don't really understand anything more than that.
Can I like use my bear teeth to grab one of these moldy books and chuck it out there to see what happens?
Sure.
Oh, chompity,
You grab one,
chuckity.
and you chuck it out there, and it hits and slides along the ground, and then comes to a stop.
Nothing happens.
Nope.
Cool. Is there anything interesting to a bear in this room?
I'm not certain what would be interesting to a bear.
Fish and
So
berries mostly.
There's books
Maybe a man
on the
bear.
bookshelves, right?
There's books, but they're destroyed with age and
Okay.
water damage.
Okay.
Cool. I'm gonna go.
Anything of interest on the tables?
Surprisingly, there are
There's a
things
bear.
scattered all right. The moment she steps
Oh,
on that table.
stop it.
No, you put your figure on the table.
Oh God.
How tall's the ceiling?
You feel under your feet, Princess Vespa, the
Uh-huh.
table buck like a wild horse.
Whoa.
Make a dexterity saving throw. DC 15.
Dexterity. Oops, sorry, dead crab.
You don't make it. You fall off the table prone onto your side, and it rears up and bashes its feet down into your side.
Aggressive table is aggressive. The hell? Was this part of the story, or are you just being a bitch?
No, it's part of the story.
Okay. I never know. Sometimes you just
You'll
fuck
never
with
know.
me.
All right, everyone else, you see this happen, and y'all can all roll initiative. Everybody
Oh.
can. I'm just gonna get a free attack on Princess Vespa.
Bitch. The furniture's attacking. What is this? Are we? Wait a second. Is this Beauty and the
Destiny, our
Beast?
best. All right. I got a 20 to hit you, so I hit you.
So annoyed.
Goodness. 23.
For only 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
Only 7. That's nothing to sneeze at.
Alright. As this one moves, all the rest, the other 2 tables, they also begin to shake and buck and get like they're getting ready to charge. Also, Goron,
Oh,
your
bear.
question, right as the bear stepped on the table, was that all of the things that look like they would have previously been on the table were scattered all around the base of the table.
Wonder why. What a mystery. So it's just the 2 tables that are moving, or the chairs too?
Nah, the chairs aren't moving, but make a perception roll. Just a DC 10, everybody. You
Nat
made it.
20, son. I see everything while I'm laying here mad as hell.
Laying on your back, you have a great sight because you see the statues on the balcony above you. They raise what can only be described as giant great bows above the banister
Son of
level.
a bitch. Cool,
Well.
cool. Don't regret any decisions that I've made this
All right.
session. I've definitely made good
Are you
choices for the past few hours.
All right. Everybody is on the board,
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
on the initiative board. And we only got a 8. So, Boggle, did you roll again? Did you roll that low again?
I don't understand. We're fine.
I
We're
think
fighting tables.
did
Yeah,
he
but,
walk
like,
off and say
what
to
can
go
I
without him?
do?
He probably hadn't rolled.
I doubt he's rolled. He said go without him.
Okay.
What do you
He
need to
can
roll
jump
for
in
him?
when he gets back.
That's fine.
I am indeed back.
Oh!
Oh, he's back.
Hey, it's back. The young Boggle.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Oh.
Did you roll initiative?
No. 18 minus 1.
You have a -1 initiative.
My dex is very bad. Well, I keep talking about how I like trip when I walk and stuff.
That's valid.
All right, everybody. You all go before me again.
So I'm prone, right? So I'm gonna have to use movement to get up.
And I wish I wasn't
Half.
because I don't know what's gonna work on me.
All right, Cressida, rolling all high all the time.
Yeah.
Like, can they hear me? Their tables, so like, I don't know. I guess I'll try to vicious mockery a table. I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna work.
They don't have ears.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, they have to be able to hear me, right?
That's
And I can't do Crown of Madness on them. I can't do Shatter because I could do Shatter. Or
There's
where's
this table.
the one that Sarah is?
One that's right on top of Sarah.
Okay, so I could do the other
Is it actively
table.
standing on me? Still?
No.
Okay, I'll do Shatter on the other table. I guess.
Okay.
Oh,
How
hold
close
on.
do you have to be to that?
Hold up, 60 feet.
Look,
Okay.
it's
Yeah,
like this is
you're
its
good.
little nose.
The last time I think I can move that. So they have to make a Constitution saving throw. The creature's made of inorganic. Are they made of inorganic material, or are they just wooden
It's
tables?
wood.
This is specifically what. Oh wait, are they mimics?
No, they're not mimics.
Okay.
But they would be organic, right? Because they're wood.
No,
What is
no.
organic?
Organic means alive.
Oh,
Like
That's a weird way to say
It
that.
says a creature made of inorganic materials such as stone, crystal, metal has disadvantage on their saving throw. So I don't know if
They're stone. They're worked stone, just like the building.
Constitution saving throw with disadvantage.
I failed it.
Okay. Can you roll 3d8?
Actually, what's the radius on that?
10 feet. From like whatever point I choose. Because it shouldn't hurt if I just...
I'm gonna say you hit the
Table
one
with
up
those.
top too, vertically.
Oh, did I?
Statue.
Yep.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
All right. Nah, all right. No, he failed it too.
Ten. Not as nice that time.
That is very sad. 10 damage. from
10
28.
damage, yes.
So sad.
10
So 10
damage.
I'm also going to use my bonus action to give Bardic Inspiration to Sarah, Princess Vespa.
Holla holla.
It's Princess Vespa. It's different now because of my college. Hold on, just so that you know. I know it's not on my sheet, but I like looking at the physical book. Okay. So now, basically, you can either, I mean, you can use it like normal, but it says that a creature that has it can roll the die and add the number rolled to a weapon.
Sarah, is our
damage
food
roll.
here?
Shh, she was talking. Yeah, it's on the way. Oh,
Or
I missed it.
you can use a reaction and add the number rolled to your AC against an attack. If like they're
that's
attacking
nice.
you, you can use a reaction to add to your AC.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, Matthew's gonna have to remind me of that because he talked in the middle of it.
I will remind you.
Thank you. Either way, I'm laying here for a little while longer. So, but thank you, Princess Vespa. Nope,
I
I'm
think
Princess
Cressida's
Vespa.
done,
Thank you,
so
Cressida.
unless she wants to move, Riley.
Nope.
Okay, so I failed the perception, so I'm not aware of the statues.
No, you haven't noticed that they have begun to move yet.
Okay. So with that in mind, move over here, and sorry, which table got
Both of them.
hit last?
This one got hit last time
Okay.
by the spell.
Sorry, which spell?
Shatter.
Better. Okay. All right. So on that one, I will cast a firebolt.
No.
Lightning bolt, lightning bolt.
15 armor class.
Oh, come on. 13. Whip.
Splashes against the stone, doing nothing. All right. Riley, are you done?
Yep.
Boggles, High Priest of Thren.
Boggles is going to cast Bless, which gives, well, I think it's three creatures. Yeah, 3 creatures. So everyone in the party. Wait, 1, 2, 3. One of you who doesn't want to get a D4 to all their rolls.
Nobody doesn't.
I will opt to not get that.
Okay, cool. Everyone else gets a D4 to any of their attack rolls or saving throws they make for the next minute.
What's the radius on that upon activation?
It's just, I guess it's anyone within 30 feet of me, and then as long as I concentrate on it.
All right, so yeah, you got the whole room. All right.
Yeah. So that's, and then I'll move. I don't know. No, I'll just stay here.
because if I get hit, I have to make concentration checks. So I'm just trying to help everyone else hit better. And you guys
Alright.
feel the lovely, very, very cold aura around you, and you're like, man, this sucks.
You feel the presence
I
of
feel
Thrym.
so blessed. Okay. So now is it my turn?
It is Princess Vespa's turn.
So I can stand up.
Yep.
And attack this fucking table. So I've got Bardic Inspiration to do.
And bless.
Yeah.
Ooh, our food's here.
I know. That's yeah. I'm gonna get it. Okay, I got it. I'm blessed and inspired. And so, what does the inspiration? Does that do anything when I do an immediate, like an attack situation? You need to mute your microphone. Bag Scuffly McGee over there. My God. Okay. The D4 goes for both of my attacks.
You can choose to use it.
But I can only use it once.
It can be used for a minute, right?
I get to use as much as I want, right? I
For-
mean, why would I
We're
ever...
blessed for a minute, right?
Yep, 1 minute. You can
Okay.
keep using it until a minute's done.
Okay.
Sweet.
So many die. Oh, I made it bigger. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. So all of these, I'm just gonna wail on this table that embarrassed me in front of my friends. So bite. It's 18, 19. I got 21 on bite. And oh my God, the claws did terrible. 3 on, plus a d6, but or something.
If that would make it hit. You can choose not to use it.
I have +6 to hit
Oh.
on my bite and claw. So terrible. My claw is 2, 3, 9. My bite is 18, 19, 20, 21, like 27. You're still muted. Okay.
That hits.
So I bite. And I get to use my 4d4 for the attack or for the damage as well.
No, that's
No.
just a hit.
Okay. Damage is 6. No, plus 4. 10. 10 piercing damage on the stone table that looks suspiciously like wood.
Alright. So. You hit it and cause damage to it, but it's not obviously hurt too much.
Ow. Okay.
And it is... You're done?
Yeah, I guess so.
Alright. The table will attempt to hit you. Bear. And rolled a 7. So what's your AC as a bear?
11.
Oh, well, he will hit you then.
Ah, bitch.
Got that low bear armor class.
Mm-hmm. I'm just fluffy.
That's fair. You can choose to use Bardic Inspiration if you would like. To boost your AC.
But then it's gone forever?
Yes.
How long
D6.
does it last otherwise?
I would have to it's a d6, so you would have to roll a 6 to match. So it may not be a good use. What did you roll, 17?
No, I rolled a 13.
I'm not gonna worry about it.
Okay. You took 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okie dokie.
All right. This one, it rears back up on its hind table legs and then slams to the ground and starts charging.
It's gonna hit me in the butt.
And tries to ram you. All right. Let's see if it hits as it recklessly charges towards your back. I got an 11, so I hit. And it does.
What is all those?
It does 22 points of bludgeoning damage, and you need to make a DC 15 strength saving throw.
Fuck you too. Strength, some strength.
Do I get to go?
I don't know. No, you didn't.
Matthew.
I mean, I wasn't gonna be able to hit him anyway, but I was gonna move.
Go ahead and move.
After. Okay, sweet.
The added benefit is that you get to see where they went.
Yeah. That's where I was gonna go anyway.
I got 16.
You passed. All right. You do not get knocked prone by getting hit so hard. How much health do you have left?
Oh, none. Like, so I had 5.
You had 5 on your brown bear?
Yeah.
Well, then minus 5 from 22. So Vespa takes 17 points of bludgeoning damage. The damage goes through to your base form if you don't have enough left.
Oh,
Wait, what was the total damage?
it was
20
something. I don't know. It was
that's crazy.
excessive for a fucking table, in my opinion.
It's a charge ability. He has to move 20 feet in a straight line.
So how many?
17 went through to Princess Vespa.
Delete that. Oh. Oh, okay. So I'm -3 now.
You're unconscious.
You are lying unconscious. She was over there, bravely standing on tables like no one ever before, and then she's on the ground in gnome form.
Yeah, I fucking hate this game.
All right, the 2 bows on the top are going to attempt to shoot at. I don't know. Let's see. On a D4. We'll go left to right. They're going to shoot Riley with the first one.
Please, no.
And Goron with the second one. First one, got an 18, so I think I hit you.
That's it.
For 5 points of damage. Goron, piercing damage if it matters. Goron, I think I missed you. What's your AC?
17.
Yeah, I missed you.
7.
An arrow slams into the ground next to you. Everyone is aware of the statues moving on the top now.
Sweet.
All right. It is Cressida's turn.
What you gonna do?
Well, like, okay. All my spells aren't gonna work on a table. So I think I will just. Okay. Let me see what weapons do I bardic inspiration to Goron.
Cool.
And hold an action.
Okay. What is your action being readied for?
I'm going to say if I'm attacked. No, actually, I won't ready an action because I really don't know what I can do. Like I don't. Like how do you fight a table? I'm just confused on the concept. Okay, actually, I am gonna move
What do you want to do?
closer, like getting closer towards Princess Vespa. So like if I need to, I can heal
How
her.
far can you move?
I'm just gonna move like 30 feet.
30. That's where you want to be before
Yes,
I set you
please.
down? Okay.
Yep.
All right. That was Cressida's turn. Cressida is done. Cressida, I would recommend going ahead and saying you're gonna attack something with a dagger. Do you have a
Will a
dagger?
dagger work? Yes, I have a dagger.
A dagger will work.
Okay, then yes.
They are creatures.
Okay.
So even if you don't do obvious damage to the table because it's made of stone, you still impact its magical animation energy basically, and potentially could make it stop moving.
Okay.
So I get where you're thinking, like, oh yeah, the dagger won't hurt a stone table, but
Yeah.
they will. They'll get hurt.
Are the statues considered humanoid?
No, they're considered constructs. All right. It is Riley's turn.
All right. Going to move up a little bit. And I am going to twin spell level 1 chromatic orbs on the tables.
You roll a d20, I'll let you have the spell component needed to cast that spell.
Is it? Oh, shoot. Sorry. I always
All right,
ignore
maybe
that.
Well, you can ignore spell components unless it specifically states that it has a gold price.
Gotcha.
Anything else, like you can use your arcane focus to ignore.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, I got a 6. So,
All right. Sorry, you don't have that spell component.
oh, okay. In that case, let me think.
If you would like to replace that spell since you were unaware, that's fine.
Fireball.
If only.
I was like, okay, boom.
All right, I will just do a second level catapult. Actually, no, I'll do a first level catapult on the table that we've been hitting.
Okay. So a dexterity save on my part.
Yep.
And it is a failure.
Okay. That is 19.
19 damage. Goodness gracious.
Good job.
Whew. All right, you can see that this table is just emanating like a greenish light out of like cracks in its structure. But it still moves.
Okay.
All right, Riley, I think you're done.
Yep.
Boggles, High Priest of Threaten.
Okay. It's this. Well, Princess Vespa's still unconscious, correct?
Correct.
All right. I am going to toss a healing word her way,
Okay.
which is, I think it's just a D4. Let me check. Yeah, D4 plus 3. So. Hey, a 4. So, Princess Vespa, you go up to 7
Nice.
health.
Holla holla.
Princess Vespa, you wake up.
So that's my bonus action, and I guess for my action I'll move. Well, no, I'll just stand here. I'll pull out my crossbow and shoot at the table,
Okay.
which I added a +1 to. So odds are I'll miss, but hey, and that 20.
Woo! All right. Double your damage.
All right, let's do 14 minus 1, 13.
Still 13 points of damage. Which one?
The most damaged one.
This one.
And yes,
All right, you kill it.
nice.
How does it die?
Yeah, how does it die?
I mean, I didn't really use magic, so I just kind of, it's a table. I hit it at a weak point, and it just kind of fractured there.
All right. You hit it, fracture off one of its legs, and it collapses, and then struggles for a minute and stops moving.
Nice.
All
I
right.
smiled to myself.
All right. It is Princess Vespa. You are now awake and laying on the ground.
I have a big old bite of salad in my mouth too. I went, ooh, stand up. Whatever. Noise. Birds. Whatever. Bear.
Poof. Bear form. All right. That's your bonus action. As your action.
Rolling 15 dice.
Oh, that missed and that missed. All right.
But
You
I
missed.
have no. Oh, they are really low. Son of a bitch. Okay. Carry on.
All right.
Such a
Princess
useless
Vespa is
bear
done.
today.
Goron.
So I'm gonna charge upstairs. 15, 20, and I'm going to rage and recklessly attack thing.
Okay. It has a 18 armor class.
I hit with the 25.
A 25 definitely hits.
With 14 slashing damage.
Oh, yeah. You break off the one arm that's holding the bow, and it turns towards you with its remaining arm.
'Tis but a flesh wound.
Good.
All right.
One more to attack everyone else.
You done, Goron?
Yes, I am done.
All right. He's gonna try and hit you with his stone arm. 15.
17.
He
AC.
misses you. I'm gonna try and shoot Riley with the other one since he focused on you last time. 17 armor. What's your armor, Riley?
It's 13.
So I hit, unless you do something.
Yeah, let's try it. I'm gonna lucky it, so roll another.
Okay.
Too low. Too low.
Whoa, 1!
There we go. Alright.
Ding! He only thought he hit you. But you were lucky. Alright. That's them. The table will be shocked at your being back up. But he won't have noticed, so you get a free opportunity attack as he moves towards Cressida.
What does that mean? I've never had one of these before.
Choose to use a bite or a claw, and you get to attack with it.
I don't get to do a multi?
Nope.
No. This blessing's still going on, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to further.
There we go. Claw. 24 plus 6.
Well, you got a 20,
Oh,
so
heavens, I wasn't
it's
even
a
paying
critical.
Take it out.
Suck
One
it,
shot.
bitch.
Double damage.
Double damage?
Yep.
12. Oh, 2d6 plus 4.
So technically, it's not you doubled what you roll. It's you double the dice that are rolled.
Oh.
So
Okay.
No man. No man. Goodness.
Well, that's
So many
significantly
dice.
worse, I think.
it's 13 points of damage. It's in the exact same state the other one was. It's just cracks and green energy flowing out of them. And now I am going to attack Cressida. And I missed, because if you're hitting me in the back as I was leaving. I am done. Cressida, it is your turn. Also, you had a ready to action to hit that with a dagger if it got close to you. So go ahead and do that, and then...
I've created better boggles.
Better boggles!
17 to hit.
That
Whatever.
will hit.
Yeah. Sure.
It's 1d4 plus. Oh, 5. It's my attack.
1d4. Okay.
5.
8 damage.
8
8 piercing.
piercing damage.
What's your dexterity?
My dex is a. Wait.
No.
Why do I have this here then?
No, that's attack bonus.
What does that mean?
That's different. It's.
Sorry, we're having technical difficulties. Hold, please.
It's alright. I realized it. That's why I asked.
You got a 6. 6
Okay,
piercing
6
damage.
piercing damage.
Okay.
What does this mean? What is this attack bonus?
6 more points of piercing damage. Alright, Cressida, it's your actual turn now.
Here, D20.
So if you throw a dagger, it's not like a psychic dagger. It's like a physical, so you have to actually go get it, right?
Yep.
Okay.
There's a class that has psychic daggers.
Yep.
Yes, it's rogue. I'm
it soul
gonna.
Yep.
Is he right up on me? With?
Yeah, he's right up on.
Okay, so my dagger should be like right there,
You'd have to.
correct?
You didn't throw it, you hit him with it.
Oh, okay. So can I use it again?
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll give it a go again.
Alright. That's a hit.
That didn't roll at all. 6 again.
How do you want to kill it, Cressida?
I'm just gonna tickle it with my dagger. Go,
It raises up on its back table legs, shaking as in laughter, and then falls over onto its back and stays still. Alright. It is now Riley's turn. There's the one statue left up top.
Wait, is my statue still alive?
Sorry, yes, it is still alive,
Yeah.
but
Oh,
barely.
killing him. Keep this. Yeah.
Okay, in that case, I will
100%.
use Source Speed Point to
Okay.
wind spell a Chaos Bolt
Cool.
to hit the remaining statues.
Okay. So you're sending one after each?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, and
17 will hit. 7 probably won't.
I will lucky the 7.
Okay.
Sending the last.
Right.
Oof. I think I have Bless.
You do have Bless.
I don't know if that'll make it hit, but
Might get close.
so that would be +6, so 8. Okay, yeah, so 18 and 23.
18 and 23, they both hit. They have an 18 armor class.
Woo. Alright, and they take 2d8 plus a 1d6.
What damage type is that? Chaos Bolt does random, right?
Yeah, let's see. Wait. Target takes 2d8 plus 1d6 damage. Choose one of the d8s. The number rolled on that die determines the attack's damage type, as shown below. Okay. So it is cold damage.
Okay. Cold damage. All right. So, which one did that hit?
The one that shot me.
This one. So 4, or what is it? 10.
10.
All right.
And the second.
You hit that one, and the cold fractures one of its arms off too.
Nice.
And it's standing there, one arm ready.
All right, and the second one will also take cold damage, but it'll just take 8.
8. This one, it crumbles under the intense cold. Goron, you feel the cold wash across your face.
I suppose
Alright.
form on
That's
Alrighty. It is Boggles, High Priest of Thrym.
Hey, that's my name.
Better Boggles' turn.
Thank you. I am going to cast. Let's see. I think I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt, which will be my last spell that I have.
Okay.
I think I need to move, though, to get a better angle.
He's up. Unless you can get all the way up the stairs with him, you won't really get a better angle. So
Okay,
you're fine.
it's fine. Okay, so let's roll. Come on, not in that one. Hey!
Woo! How do you want to kill him?
Oh, did he have 1 health left?
He had less than the minimum you can do, so.
Well, that was a good use. Yeah. Yeah, it's just he's just gonna get hit by kind of like a Kamehameha, but you know, of cold, and then it just goes through it, and then like a special beam cannon hitting Goku in red. It's almost,
Roger
and
that.
then But then cold radiates through him and he freezes solid, then explodes, because that's what Boggles and Thrim like to do.
Stone icicle chips hit the ceiling and the ground everywhere, and he collapses. All right. Calm radiates across the room as battle ends.
Did it.
Riley will say that he's going to have nightmares about tables for the rest of his life after
You're
watching
gonna
what
have
happened.
nightmares about our.
All right, you get to the top of the stairwell, Goron and Princess Vespa, and you can see tapestries along the back wall that are still there and in good condition. And they depict a great battle against a many tentacled beast below the
Ooh.
surface. And then there's a map along the center of the tapestry that shows 3 different points around the island where basically
Just
energy
chucking
flows
into the-
out. Energy flows out from the tree and to those, and it looks like it spears down and hits the monster.
So is this kind of implying that like the emerald gem with these the glass is like magnifying its power down to kill the tentacled thing, maybe?
I think it's safe to assume that could be implied.
Okay.
I'm gonna run down the stairs and grab the chest.
Okay.
And run back
Do. All right, you get back up there.
up. Hey guys, there's a pretty cool tapestry up here. You should come up here and see.
Oh yeah.
Boggles comes
I'll
up to see.
What is happening to
I
Boggles
enjoy how
right
the
now?
plastic versus the metal move.
All right,
Boggle
y'all
combat
all
roll.
go up there and you view the tapestry.
There's a die button. You can hit die and kill your
Yeah.
Oh
person.
yeah, no, I can. Here I go.
Oh, this game's great. I'm all about this right now. Sorry.
All right, what do y'all want to do?
Keep going up, I guess, right?
All right.
I mean, I can't. I literally can't speak, much less for everybody. So.
Trying to also ride you.
I'm over here.
Oh. Oh. Bop, 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 bop.
Right here.
Bop, 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 bop. Bop, bop.
Hey, there's better Boggles.
I was like, did you chuck him into the abyss?
The void.
I fixed that barrel that I probably knocked over with Boggles.
Oh God, are the barrels gonna come to life too? I ain't touching
Oh.
shit in this room. I'll tell you that.
I assume Bless is over by now too, because we spent time looking at the tapestry, and there's
I think-
been like 3 rounds in combat. It's 1 minute.
Yeah, I think Bless is only a minute. I think it's safe to assume it ended.
Okay.
All right, y'all get to the top of the stairs, and it's obviously just a storage room. And you see all these different barrels, and you automatically have flashbacks of downstairs.
Yeah, I ain't touching shit.
You turn and you observe a circular staircase that goes up to the next floor.
I'm pretty confident
And
my
that-
bare ass ain't gonna fit in there.
That stairwell, it's all of its stairs, instead of being flat, are all angled and perfectly aligned with each other so that it's a ramp that leads up. A very steep circular ramp.
Anybody got rock climbing ability? Ice skating ability? Mr. Iceman. You got some ice skates, Mr. Iceman?
Well, am I Boggles or better Boggles? That's the question.
Ugh.
I'm inside myself.
I don't like
Boggles
it.
is into that.
Ooh.
Boggles would definitely fuck himself, by the way.
Ugh. Princess Vespa's gonna move away.
Have you ever seen any of you seen What We Do in the Shadows?
Yes.
Yeah, Boggles is basically Laszlo in terms of like depravity. He's like, yeah, I'd fuck anything.
Ugh. Have you met Cressida?
Ah, is Cressida basic? Is Cressida basically Nadia? Is that what you're telling me?
I have standards, thank you. They have to be hot in my eyes.
Oh, not
It's true.
Boggles. Well, tall. Tall is his hot.
All right, Princess Vespa, you go over closer to the stairwell and you're looking at it, and
Sniffing
there
it.
is a lock on the bottom stair where it looks like it would be able to be pulled up, and it would cause the rest of the stairs to once again go flat, so they could be walked up easily.
Well, I tell you what, I'm not touching any assumed inanimate objects in this fucking
Boggles
tower
touches
of
it.
death.
But Boggles does it.
All right, you touch the lock. It's a lock.
Yeah.
I try to
Is anyone
lockpick it
lockpicking?
with my not thieves tools.
Not
With my smithing tools. Can I like take my hammer and try to like find a weak point in the
Break it.
lock and maybe break it? Yeah. Like assess and look for a weak point.
Sure. Just DC 15.
That's good. I'm gonna guide myself, or Thrym is going to guide me. They Thrym take the wheel, and I blindly close my eyes on the interstate. 21.
You see Boggles close his
Another
eyes.
20. Okay, I
and
need
then-
to switch dice. That's 3 20s in a row. I don't trust that anymore.
When he closes
Boggle.
his eyes, I'm going to back up a couple more steps and get behind Riley.
Did you roll a 20?
Yeah, I did. A 20 and
Alright.
a 1. So I'm retiring this dice now because I'm switching
Used
to
up
this
all
one.
of the luck.
Yeah. Because going forward, this will be my dice, but I'm gonna take that 20.
Okay. The y'all all observe Boggles over there pull his smithing hammer out, hold it in the air. Slight tendrils of cold radiate off of him, and he slams it down into the lock.
Crackers.
And he says, "For Thrym!" And it opens. It doesn't break. It
Wow.
just opens.
Maybe you should have
Wait,
tried
no.
opening it before you started smashing it with a
It
hammer.
wasn't even locked.
It was like an open padlock, like visibly.
That would be the best.
Thrym,
So
you
are there-
feel, or Boggles, you feel the holy power of Thrym flow out of you and into the lock. You are,
Okay.
you know your God.
I
on your path.
I'm like, clearly this is the right way.
So are they steps now?
Let's go up the steps.
We want to like look around this room and see if there's anything that like we don't want to leave behind us. Like maybe these barrels are animate or something, and we don't want to have them following us up or something.
Go for it.
I ain't touching shit.
Okay. Could I just? I'll just roll like a perception check, I guess.
Ah.
15.
They look like barrels.
Cool. Plus 3.
Plus.
They look like mediocrely made barrels.
See, that's the hard hitting news I needed.
Anything
You gonna look
smell
inside the
weird
barrel?
up here? I got the sniffer. I have super sniffer.
You think you smell, what is it, like a kind of an oil smell.
Oh, so not food.
Like cooking oil or like start a fire oil? Like lantern oil, I mean. Like with the fouler smell.
She's smelling it and she can't speak, so.
It's fair. I also guess I don't care really either way.
Just make it small talk. I can't fit up the spiral staircase, right? As a bear.
Definitely not.
I
Looks quite
can
small.
with my new subclass, I can now spend 10 minutes and do speak with animals and talk to the bear. No,
Okay.
I don't know if
Can
that's.
do.
You can do that.
if we do, we want to hear what she has to say, guys.
Are you making any
Princess
movement
Vespa.
and such that makes people think you want to talk?
Nah.
Right,
Well, then you.
I'm not. I'm not
Save
doing it.
that for something. I'm just hanging out, scratching my ear, trying to pick my nose with my bear claw, like being all like gentle so I don't scratch it. I'm just chilling. I ain't gonna go up them stairs.
All right. So what's everybody else doing?
I'm gonna head to the stairs.
All right. You make your way over to the stairs and
Making my way downtown.
make your way up them. You notice that even with them flat, they feel just crazy slick under your feet.
Oh, good. I'm glad Boggles went.
Almost frictionless. But you make it to the top of the stairs and you come over here. Over there.
What? Over where?
When I get to the top, is there anything like
Oh.
up here that is
Oh, no.
like I could tie a rope to?
There's like crenellations along the edge of the roofing you could tie to.
Yeah, I want to tie a rope around that and then toss it down the stairs.
Okay.
Just in case something happens and like I don't know, like the lever gets there's like a switch up here or something like to trap. That way, anyone coming up or going down will be able to like grab onto it, and not fall down and like slam into a wall or something.
Okay.
Thinking
You
ahead.
successfully tie your rope, toss it down to the others.
Better safe than sorry is what I always say. He never actually says that, by the way, ever.
Alright, who else is going up?
I'll go up.
Riley
Alright,
will go up.
You get to the top of the stairs, Bob, you tie your rope off, and you see that there is the same crystalline glass, and then lying there on it is just this shriveled husk of what can only be described as a humanoid at this point because it's so just desiccated. And floating above it in the center is a green gem that has a silver light flowing into it. It's probably 10 feet in the air. Zap!
Oh god.
Alright.
I go, guys. Yeah, there's. I describe what I saw. I'm like, I bet you it's one of those things where we grab the green thing or we do something with the green thing, and then bad stuff happens. Or if you get in this radius, you die. I don't know. Seems scary. I'm gonna stay over here. It's too scary for me. Yeah.
All right.
Oh.
You want to check? Is that the thing that?
No, but I need to get the gems in the chest. Be hit by the ray of the tree thing to power them up.
Yeah, so we just open the chest, right?
I think so, and then let it absorb. Let the gems absorb. Okay.
But I'm hoping.
I think we're all just doing some guesswork here. We're kind of hoping.
Well,
I
we're,
opened
Something
Somebody
happens.
the chest.
toss a something out there.
well, isn't that's what they
Put it-
told us to do, right?
nickel?
Is just to put it around.
So
They told you
when I
to
open the chest,
hold
what
it.
size gem?
There are 3, basically, arm-sized gems. Think like cylinders.
Okay. So when I open the chest, do they start attracting the light or?
They do not.
Oh, fiddle.
They
Oh, fiddle.
Trask told you to hold it in the path of the beam.
Yeah. So the guy fried on the circle up here doesn't make me feel too confident about that. What is that?
It's a gem. Use your
Okay.
imagination.
It's a
Could you tie a gem in the middle of rope and then hold the
but could it though? Could we tie a gem in the middle of the rope and then one person walk across the other side and hold the rope up, where the gem lifts into the path of the ray?
The question though is, would the ray just cut straight through the rope? And then the
We'll
gem
be
fall
very
down?
careful. Obviously, we'll be very careful.
Of course. I thought we were gonna be reckless.
I mean, someone might just jump on a table. I don't know. So
Excuse you. I was doing my best.
All right.
what do you guys
have
think? How can we lift the gem into the ray without stepping onto that circle and dying?
Well, do we know if the circle is dead?
Well, there's a
Can
dead
we just
person
like?
on it.
Have we thought about just putting the like a gem or like pushing the part of the chest in and seeing what happens? Like not the whole chest, and then pulling it out and then rotating 180 degrees, then pushing the other half in, then pulling it out.
Yeah, right. Riley's going to toss a bolt into the center of the circle.
Yeah, you toss a bolt out into the center of the circle. It sits there for about 10 seconds, and then it bursts into flame.
Oh,
Yes.
The wood, that is.
yeah. So I feel like if we did rope, then it would
Oop,
just burn.
RC Cola's gone.
RC Cola's gone?
Oh
Gone
no,
now?
he's
Bye-bye?
gone. He's the big gone.
He's gone from the channel in Discord. And
Boggles, thank you for your sacrifice, holding the gems. In the...
Held all the gems.
I had
and then took them so fast.
Eddie, do you need something? Yeah.
all right, what's y'all's game plan?
Don't want to die.
Does anyone have a staff? Kind of like
I do.
kind of like
Staff is
poke it
wood.
into the.
Y'all are gonna be up there talking for an hour. Fine. I'm just gonna turn back into me. It's not gonna be a battle at this point. Just so everyone's aware, if there is a battle,
Spot a gem.
I'm not participating. So what is my health at this point?
7?
I was at
7.
bear at 34.
You were at 7.
Okay, so I just go back to 7?
Mm-hmm.
Well, fuck me, Sally. Okay. Cool.
Take a short rest.
So we have to hold it.
Like, well, I mean,
So
you don't have to
it's
hold
cylindrical. A roll. So what if we roll it across?
I don't know that that's an accurate portrayal of the gems.
Right.
He said
Well,
it was the size of your arm.
It's basically about a foot long, 6-inch wide cylinder.
Riley wants to take a very tentative step, like just putting like his foot on the outer piece of the glass.
Oh, well.
All right. You take 5 points of fire damage.
Yep.
No bueno. We
I'm
just,
out
like,
of rages.
Could I cast a wild companion? You gain the ability to summon a spirit that assumes an animal form. As an action, you can expend a use of your wild ship. Never mind.
Roll it? Yeah.
A use of your wild shape feature to cast the Find Familiar spell without the material components. But
Like,
now I've used
this
both
is
my
a
wild shape, so I can't do that.
Right. He lost internet. Go on without me.
Can't do wild shape.
So, as soon as it enters the field, it started. Yeah, as soon as he entered the field, he started getting hurt by the flank, by the. Right.
Is it like the entered? Is it like the glass was like super hot?
That's exactly
was
what
it-
it was like.
Okay.
I have a I don't want to fuck up my staff.
So it was like when he stepped on, he got burned from the his foot, the bottom of his foot got burned.
Yep.
Okay, so along the chest, is there anything we could tie the rope to? Like
Sure, there's
on either
handles.
side? Okay, so if I still want to do the whole one one person gets on the other side of the circle, we bring the thing in, we don't let it touch the ground. It sounds like based on that, it sounds like it's not. I don't know.
Well, the center of the circle is definitely like energy that'll make wood catch on fire,
Yeah.
and probably rope.
Mm.
Said it took about like 10 seconds for the bolt to go up in flames.
About how many gems would you say
We have 3 gems.
So we don't have like a whole.
No, we have 3 arm length cylindrical gems.
Why
I
is
feel
it
like we try to
moving?
just kind of
Oh,
You okay?
I'm fine.
push them.
We're trying to push, just roll them.
Yeah, like roll them into the center, and
Yeah, I'm
then
down
have
with that.
someone.
What if they
Yeah,
get stuck?
Do remember they told you you had to hold it in the path of the energy coming from the tree, and the gem is 10 feet up. That means that the energy is 10 feet up.
10 feet up.
Is there any way to? Is there another? Are there more stairs? Is there anything else in this room?
No, you're on the top of the tower, and there's crenellated battlements around you.
Can we toss Boggles up there since he's he can't speak for himself anymore? Ow. What are we supposed to do? I don't know. Can we use a table?
Are there tables left?
The barrels downstairs, barrels on the next floor down are wood. There are
And
pieces of the
full-
stone table down at the bottom floor. I mean, we could try and lay if it's the floor that's causing the fire, we could lay stone down and try to walk across that and hold it up, but that's pretty risky.
Anybody have any spells? All my spells are
Who has a
useless in
deity?
this situation.
Who was it that has the deity?
I don't have an answer for you.
Who in here has a deity? Is it the one that's left RC?
Yeah.
Boggles had a deity, Thrym.
I was gonna say he could pray to his deity for guidance, but He's not
You
here.
can have, you can use his guidance spell. It's fine. It doesn't do what you're thinking, but
No, no, I'm just saying, like, sometimes when you have a deity that you serve, you can, like, pray to them to ask them to give you,
Some type of guidance.
like, some kind of guide. Not like a
A
spell,
clue,
but
a
like,
clue.
you ask the deity for spells. We've done that before when we've been stuck with, in another campaign with someone who has a deity.
okay.
I
I
DM for help.
I feel like y'all have said a couple different things that might work, so y'all have to pick something and try it.
Right, let's go get a stone table, bruh. Guys.
Oh.
Guys. I'm not very strong. Who's strong?
Barbarian.
Barbarian and Boggles has a +1.
I'm gonna go downstairs.
Well, my strength is
I'm gonna
+0, so.
bring up a table. I'm not walking out there, just to be clear.
You're just scooting it out. It's like across the stone or glass or whatever.
Well,
What
while he's-
happened?
It's a stone table on a very hot surface. It's slowly heating up. That's what's happening.
But slowly.
So we've got a short while, guys.
Someone grab a grab a
hold it.
thing and hop up. Fuck it. Okay, I grabbed one.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. You shouldn't do it. You only have 7 points left. Stop.
Anyways, all right. Princess Vespa says, "I'll do it." She grabs one. She jumps up there and she goes, "Oh wait,
Now
it's
pull
still
her back.
6. It's still 6 feet up."
So I grab one, I jump on the table real quick, and I hold it up into the light. Then I run back. I'll do anything. Okay.
You held it up there, and it started to glow a silverish color, but it's still very dim.
Okay. Did I get hurt?
You did not get hurt.
Okay, I'm doing that again. I'm holding in there longer now for it to heat up.
All right, you wait about 30 minutes, and it fills up with
30
energy.
minutes.
30 minutes. Good. Okay. Okay.
You
So
hop down.
What sort of arm strength do you have to just hold your arm up?
I am very strong.
He is very strong. All right. As you were hopping down, you did feel the heat of the table was starting to become uncomfortable on your feet.
Does anyone
Okay,
have
I'm gonna go downstairs and get the other table.
All right.
Bring the other table up.
Oh, we
And
should drag this
this
one off
time-
so it can cool.
Oh, it's too hot.
Is it
If
that
you
hot?
want to try,
I can't
pretty
move
hot.
it.
Riley will
I
I
get
have
his
an
rope out.
11 strength.
I take my axe and I loop it into the leg of the table and I pull the table out.
There you
Okay.
go.
Yeah,
So
there
the
you go.
Table is now cleared, still warm. The next table is on there. I grab
Alright.
both the remaining things and jump up on the table.
Be
Hold-
aware, this table only has 3 legs.
I'm very
So you have a
careful.
nice ramp.
So the one leg is on this end, on the outer end of the circle, so I can ramp up.
Okay. It's a little wobbly, but just a DC 10 dexterity check as you're making
Okay.
your way up to it.
Okay. Let's not pick the D12. Okay, that didn't do so great. Dexterity. I got an 8.
Do you have any bonuses to acrobatics?
Oh, I have athletics.
Acrobatics.
Acrobatics. That does the same thing then. Still an
So
8.
So an 8.
Yep.
You're waking your way up to the top, and you stumble for a second. You drop one of the crystals,
Son of a bitch.
and
Oh,
it
no.
rolls to the center of the space.
Okay.
Sorry, I locked them. I don't know how
You've got one of the crystals in your hand still, and you didn't fall off. You just dropped one of the crystals as you stumbled.
Is it doing anything in the center?
No, it's just sitting there. It's not starting to glow or anything.
How do you
I still
uncombine?
hold the other one up there for 30 minutes to get it glowing.
Okay.
So, I jump off, and I do the same thing where I hook the, well, let's stop that. I hook my axe into the table, pulled that one out, and
Okay.
I'll put it over here for now.
Ah, haha, look, I got one loose.
I touched this one. Is this one cool again?
Yeah, it's cool enough to touch.
Okay. Who has a little Vespa? Did you say you had a gust of wind? You can.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
Can you push that gem to make it roll?
Okay, yeah, she does her druid crafts cantrip over and over again till it gets some momentum.
Okay, so then I go.
She's making wind noises, but it's not transmitting.
Okay.
Puh.
So I go pick up the gem.
Stop
it
rolling!
rolls right over the
Shut
edge.
up.
No, there's a wall. All right. You go pick it up.
So then I push this table out.
All right,
with its 4 legs.
You reach down and you grab that gem, and you take.
It's probably.
Oh, son of a bitch!
That's
5 points of fire damage. It scorches your hands.
Damn it!
Oh, little. Okay, I was at 20. So I'm at 23. I keep hitting clear instead of subtract.
Hey!
Back?
Hold on. Nope. That's Squirrely.
Oh!
Squirrely!
He's muted.
Welcome.
You're
He's
muted.
What?
Does he know he's here?
I don't know. All right. So,
so I'm up on the table with the little gem.
Oh no!
That is not the character's fault. That is the holding the gem up. 30 more minutes.
Yeah, no problem.
Bucket it.
That one's
all
good.
the gems back in the box.
All right. Yeah, all right.
Terrifying.
As y'all have all been waiting here for quite a long time now. Oh, Squirrely's gone.
Dang it.
All right. You do notice that the gem, the emerald gem that's in the middle, it looks almost exactly like the other 2 gems that y'all have found. Just it's green. The one that Princess Vespa has is red, and the other one is blue that you have.
Just out of
There's probably 2
curiosity.
other places around here that will have these types of places that we can go put those in to attack the tentacle monster.
Could we put one of ours in here?
If you removed the
the
emerald
green one. Oh. Well, I can't reach it anyway.
2 other towers.
Have we been here long enough to qualify as a short rest?
Sure. Yeah. The only person that couldn't benefit from that is Goron, because he was pretty active. But
on the tapestry down on the 2nd level, did it show 3 different locations that were attacking the tentacle monster thing?
it did, and they were pretty much equilateral around the island.
Yeah.
Clever.
So I'm betting there's 2 other towers based on that tapestry.
So we
if we took these
have
gems,
a red one and a blue
those
one?
towers, I bet. Yeah. You have a red one, I have a blue one. That's what it was.
Well. Ain't that something?
Let's.
Does
we're
anyone
pretty
have
much done
paper?
here.
Or we can draw this map out?
From the tapestry?
Yeah. Can we just take the How big is the tapestry? Can we just take it?
I mean, it's pretty big, but yeah, you could take it down and fold it if you wanted.
Roll it up, stick it in our pocket.
Toss it in a backpack. I don't know. Put it over your shoulder.
I'm gonna wear it like a cape.
Alrighty, y'all have
Chicka, chicka, chicka,
y'all
we
have
go down
charged the
here.
the
Go
gems.
chicka, 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 dippa-dippa, boop-a-dippa-dippa,
We want to
dippa.
check any of these barrels, see if there's anything in there. Okay, cool. We're just gonna go.
They smelled like oil, guys.
This place is cursed.
Oh,
Yeah,
good. Now
Fuck
that
this
you're
place.
back.
All the furniture comes to life.
Do we want to try to pull his body out to bring back to the other people?
Oh, like
The
the
G
Jew
guys?
stuff?
Yeah.
Did you just say the Jew guys?
G? That's what I said? But not very clearly? 'Cause I can't see that. Whatever that was.
Giddy Yankees.
Yeah, whatever she keeps saying.
I don't.
Oh yeah, I left you over there. Sorry.
Yeah, does anybody know what sort of religion they follow? Do they bury their dead?
Would I know that from my history check that I did?
Make a religion check.
Oh, fun. What's your?
Could I do a
It's
history?
pretty obscure, so probably a DC 20.
Could I do a history check with
Oh, you
my
didn't make it.
knowledge
yeah.
of things?
What's going on there?
My schooling?
No, your schooling's kind of in a different direction.
Oh, fuck you, dude. I don't know shit about him, so.
All right. Did anybody make it?
No.
Yeah. You don't know any specifics. You do generally know that people like to do something with their dead. So.
It's like I don't want to leave him, but
Could we make a lasso out of our rope and at least get
going back upstairs.
his biggest
grabbing the
body
table.
part?
Y'all actually walked right across this earlier
We did?
without
Oh,
any
sweet.
problems. So.
I have
Okay,
no recollection
then
of that. Okay.
I will walk out and grab
Do we
body
have
and drag him back out
a
this way.
blanket like we could wrap him up in?
He
Who
is
else
in
can
it.
help this
He
guy?
is in like 3 different pieces as he
Ugh.
was bashed
Grody.
pretty
Here,
severely.
I am gonna let you use my bedroll. I'm assuming that's kind of like a sleeping
oh.
bag, right?
So
Sort of.
So you
next-
could
That's
just
kind
like
of a-
just drop all of his bits down in there.
I can
Sleepy.
I can only carry so much,
Someone,
and I've already got the chest.
I am not. I Boggles can do it. Boggles will
Ye-
do it.
Boggles
Bob.
and Babar will grab it.
There we go.
Okay, sweet.
Oh fuck
Babar's
yeah,
gotta
Babar
reach
can
around
fucking
top.
carry
That's
everything. He's got a trunk. Ugh.
His
ugh.
trunk's really strong.
Yeah,
His trunk's really
we're
strong,
good.
so-
Yep, cool.
Okay,
My
go carry the
bedroll
body.
has as many parts as we could like scrape up.
Oh, oh.
Okay,
All right.
as
Cool.
we exit, let's go to his boat
Yes.
Yeah, definitely use.
and not our makeshift.
Okay.
This
all
is
right.
a very
Do it.
small boat. Do we all fit in it?
Hey.
Who's that?
Savage. That's my uncle.
Don't forget Boggles. Is this actually? Is
The
it
boat's big enough.
okay?
It's not.
It's larger
not.
on the inside.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Our
Boats.
motley crew that's like doubled in
We're all
size. A 3-hour tour.
technically outside the boat, but whatever. It encompasses us.
Yeah, you're fine.
It's
All right.
it's a magical boat.
It is actually. You notice that at the back of the boat, there's
Oh my
actually a couple different crystals, and you think they have something to do with like a propulsion system. And through trial and error, you kind of figure it out, and y'all make your way back to shore.
To do this, but we are gonna have
Land
to stop
ho.
at this point.
This is actually the end. Do y'all have 10 more minutes? Because
Yeah.
we are
We can
gonna
do
do
time.
we're gonna do rewards.
Yes!
So
I love rewards.
Rewards
Hey,
They
are
have
nice.
everything we could ever imagine on their ship, guys.
All right. So we won't role play very much, so we can speed it up. But he'll thank you for getting the guy's body back, etc. Blah 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 blah. Take the crystals, and he reiterates the point that he will take you back to the prime material plane if you choose to leave at this moment. But they are
Good.
leaving.
Yep.
But he beckons you down into the treasure hold and says,
Terrified.
well, you have as long as it takes for our engineers to install the crystals to choose one item apiece.
Yes.
One item. One
One
item each.
Living,
One item each.
living or not?
There's no animals down in the hold.
You said there was anything.
My bad. There's no animals down in the hold.
Oh.
But I think that you will be happy about something that's down here.
Oh.
All right. So I'm getting my clock ready, and y'all have 10 minutes to peruse these cards.
What? There are cards?
At the end of 10 minutes,
What?
you will have to have picked out your card. And if you haven't picked out your card, you don't get anything.
Oh, you're a bitch.
Where are the cards?
I'm not gonna start it yet. I'm not gonna start it yet. But I got my timer on my phone set, and I'm gonna put the bag out.
Okay. Where am I looking?
Hold
Where's
on,
your hand?
hold on. Try calm. I'm finding it.
We love prizes.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna put it right where the center
Okay.
castle keep
Okay.
is. And
How
there it
do
is.
I-
What?
How do I open the bag?
So we do.
There you go.
Which one?
Oh no.
34 magical
No.
items?
No.
That's
And
it.
so we
That's
do
the bag.
search.
How do you search?
Oh my god, they're
Search.
tiny. How does this
Oh my
work,
goodness.
Matthew? I can't see them.
Pull them out. Close it and pull them out.
Oh, fuck me.
How does that
I
work?
can't pull it out.
Drag it.
I can't.
Everybody has to leave the bag.
What?
Alright,
Okay,
now
now
pull 'em
start
out.
the timer.
There you go.
Okay.
A tattoo. Ooh.
So tiny.
Ooh.
You can enhance the size if you want. Press plus button while holding one if it needs to be bigger.
There are so many, Matthew.
I'm overwhelmed.
You have 10 minutes.
I'm pulling them out of the bags.
Literally everything in the treasure hold is labeled with what it is, what it does.
They're very tidy bookkeepers.
They are.
Cheese and crackers. I'm still pulling them out. Are these a bunch of crabs?
No, that's just a generic picture for wondrous items that don't have artwork.
Okay.
More than
Boots of levitation.
Folding boat.
Well, that's cool.
They had a folding boat they could have given us.
I did that on purpose.
Bitch.
Skeleon would like to build the hill giant.
I'm just gonna let you peruse for 5 minutes, and then I get to peruse for 5 minutes because I don't know how else to.
Molten bronze. Eye patch.
I think they had those on our last one. Can you let us know when it gets to a 5-minute warning so that me and Nathan can swap? Because right now he's looking and then I'm looking.
If you want, you can go in another room and I will give you a separate 10 minutes to peruse.
Oh, that's sweet. No, it's okay. I'm sure I can find mine a lot quicker than Nathan can find his.
Can this gray hand move off the circle of blasting? Thank you.
My bad.
No, you're good. Yeah.
Oh, God. That's weird. Ooh.
Jesus, Matt, that's a crazy powerful thing.
Which one? Oh, that's pretty.
I can use that. Nope. Okay. What do you want with that?
I'll look at the instrument first, because I feel like.
Oh, that's pretty sweet. Yeah. Cards.
Did you make that deck, Matt, or is that one download?
I made it. I took pictures and brought them in as cards.
That is pretty cool.
Okay, I was wondering.
What else do you want with that?
Surprised there isn't a download for that, actually.
There might have
never
been.
looked.
I honestly didn't look. I went out to D&D Beyond and took pictures of all the cards.
Thank you, Sarah.
Oh, I can tell you right now, there's one above all that I would take. It has so much use. Oh my god.
We'll talk about it after.
I hate it when you
Right.
guys do this. Oh, there's a instrument bard lady
We are at 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
left.
Yep.
I haven't even read all of them.
I'm sure it's not.
I don't know what anything
Wait, let me
means.
see
I'm
what
gonna
this one
pick
is.
the wrong thing.
There is one item. Very specific.
I know,
I
I
think
saw
the
that
bag-
one. I think the cauldron?
Mm.
No.
No?
No.
The bag.
I mean, there's some good ones, I'm not gonna lie, but there's
There's
one
a
in particular
bag?
that
Where's a
Yes.
bag?
Am I allowed to say?
Oh, wait.
Right side of the board, Hammond's Magical Menagerie.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna choose
Yes.
instrument because I feel like it's meant for me. And I feel
six
like I
party
grabbed it.
members, and they're all standing. Matt, you didn't do your job.
I almost died.
Oh no, don't die. I was just running Copa through his, and yeah, it's it. You put the shiny in front of him, and he's a hero. I could hear the music playing in the background. I need a hero the whole time. He was going for the shinies, man.
Oh my god. Okay. I'll call you after this.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know what this creature's gonna be.
What questions do you have?
All of them,
All of them. The meaning of life.
right?
It's 42. The answer is 42.
Potato.
Is the I feel like one's just a
Oh my gosh, that's really nice.
You got 2 minutes and 42 seconds.
I'm gonna throw up.
I picked for Squirrely. Can we pick for the party owners here?
I'm gonna let them do it next time.
Okay, sweet.
I'm taking the folding boat. I'm kidding.
Lauren wants the musical instrument.
Okay.
Go ahead and make that known.
All right, I'm moving it to Lauren's name.
I mean, I guess. I mean, obviously, I'll take the bag.
You don't have to take it. There's a lot of good shit out
I
there.
feel like it's like a
There he is.
decoy, not a decoy.
I'm gonna
but
take
like
the
a,
hue.
This is what you want, but really, you should get this cauldron. Is the cauldron good?
Everything
Green
on
for
this
me
table is
awesome.
good.
Well, I know it's.
Yeah.
This is just, it's a treasure ship of plunder that's going back to the astral plane.
I'm just gonna go with these guys. Sounds like they're the kind of adventurers that I would enjoy. What is that? I haven't even seen that.
I mean, I didn't pay attention to the group makeup, but there's some very good class-specific shit in there.
All right, you got 1 minute and 8 seconds to pick.
Fuck
All right,
me.
go with circle of blasting.
All right, circle to blasting has been claimed.
I considered that one too.
I took the hue.
Hugh, the battle axe Hugh
Yeah, it's already
is
marked by your
claimed.
name.
All right, Sarah, have you chosen it?
I mean, yeah. Does this have animals in it? Like I peek in and you can see shit.
I mean, you open it and there's a ladder that goes down into darkness.
Oh, fuck you! I'm taking it.
All right, 28 seconds. Time is up. Everybody leaves the treasure hold.
I like it. I had it before.
All right.
I'm just clutching my bag and I'm like, oh my god.
I'm fucking at my little.
What do you got?
Oreos.
Oh my gosh, you got the Pokemon Oreos.
I mean, they don't have any Pokemon
What?
on them. Oh, yes, they do. On the
Yes,
other
they
side.
do. You not been watching TikTok?
Tick.
I don't have Oreos on my TikTok.
Stop it!
Pokemon Oreos are very different than just regular Oreos. The hill I will die on.
Oops. Okay. So what is this? I didn't even
Alright.
see the sword.
The
Huge.
thing that I got?
It's actually a battle axe.
You
Yeah.
+1 battle axe. It deals maximum damage. Feels uneasy whenever they travel through a forest. As well you should, you monster.
Alrighty.
Oh, I'm
Well.
so excited.
So what mistakes did we just make?
What should I have gotten
What
the cauldron?
What mistakes?
Well, what mistakes did we just make with our choices? Is what I'm.
What was the
You
amazing
didn't-
thing we didn't get?
I'm not sure which one Uncle Sean is referring to. Which one were you thinking about, Uncle Sean?
To me, the most powerful thing on that deck was the immovable rod.
I love that item.
I didn't
It's
even
pretty-
see it.
I love the immovable rod.
I mean, it's literally Thor's hammer. I mean, you could kill anything with it if you wanted to. You put that thing in front of a ship, you'll sink it. You drop it and you put it on somebody's foot, they're there forever.
Well,
I mean,
maybe
there's a
Squirrely
ho-
will
there's
get
a there's a horse chasing you, and you drop it in the air and let somebody run into it. I mean, I think there's so many practical uses of it.
It has applications. It's less straightforward than some of the other stuff that was on the board.
But now the rogue should have took, which I don't know what he took, but
The
he
rogue
definitely-
the rogue isn't here, so he gets 10 minutes next time we play to pick out.
Well, somebody needs to text him and tell him to take the dagger. But I didn't hear it. A ghost in the wind whispered it to you.
And if RC gets on again, he'll have 10 minutes to pick something out also.
I mean, assuming he's a hand-to-hand rogue, whatever. But
Yeah, all he's got is daggers and
Foundations
short
desk
swords.
looks pretty cool too.
I know. I thought about that one.
There was a lot of good stuff in there. I
there's
wasn't
a
sure what
majority of
I wasn't sure what y'all picked, but I wanted to make sure there was a little bit of everything.
and whoever the hand-to-hand guy is should have took that belt. I don't know, but
There was a belt?
Yeah, they're the belt of hill giant strength.
'Cause you'll get more damage out of a 21 strength than you will a +1 sword any day of the week.
He's almost level 4, so he might have a 20 strength soon. You already have an 18, right, Goron?
Yeah, I have an 18.
He's pretty close.
So at level 4, he can put 2 into strength and have a 20. So.
Well, yeah, but I don't know his stats. It might be better to put it into a Dex or Con and get more AC, is what I'm saying.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's fair.
Well, you
There
guys,
was
though,
an
you
argument to be made.
my friend.
Yeah. No, y'all are good. I just wanted to give y'all rewards before you left.
Bye, guys.
Appreciate it. Bye,
See
everybody.
y'all.
The moral is we need to raid the Gith after we get immensely powerful.
This ship is leaving shortly to go back to the astral plane with its haul. So
I'm going with them, man.
you don't want to go to the Gith stronghold in the astral plane.
You don't know my life.
That's a negative Ghost Rider.
Yeah. The only reason the Gith didn't just kill you is because of the strait. Just because they were in a dire strait.
Enemy of my enemies, my
And
friend.
honestly, they wouldn't have killed you. They would have captured you, took you back to the astral plane where nothing ages, and then you would have been a slave for all eternity.
I was about to say, you're just slave forever.
Yep. Nothing ages on the astral planes.
Which really makes them the ultimate hypocrites because they were slaves to the mind flayers, and now
Yep.
they go around making people slaves.
Yep, they are. They're hypocrites. But
Well, glad it all worked out.
Well, it looks like you guys survived, so that's a good thing.
yeah, they survived.
Sparkle.
And
Thanks for letting me play.
thanks for
anytime.
coming.
We'll let we post in this chat channel to schedule the next sessions and stuff, so you can see it.
Cool.
Alrighty.
See you guys around.
Indeed. I think I'm gonna go use the restroom and then call and find out what happened to Lawrence.
So, did you remember to turn into a bear, Sarah?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
I never
Fair.
forgot to turn into a bear.
It just didn't come up.
I was confused about the wording of things. I thought something was almost dead and it was not.
Oh.
So should have turned into a bear. But
it's one of those
it all
things
worked
when you're a game master. It's kind of hard. That's what I always use the bloody drool, and whenever you tell your players that it's bloodied, it's universally accepted that the creature is at half hit points, so they have an idea in their mind as to what they have to do after that.
Nice.
And,
Yeah, apparently Matthew did say something about how it was hurt but still in the fight or something, and I didn't listen or hear or pay attention or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I was running a game for one of our players solo game, and I saw him post like a gif in y'all's Discord, and I was like, well, hope you're not fighting those guys because they use vorpal blades and stuff.
Oh, the whatever Matthew posted.
Yeah, the Githyan Kai, which
Yes,
is
yeah.
that ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, those dudes are nasty and way beyond what you guys could probably fight, unless.
Yeah, no, we befriended-ish them for long enough to not get murdered.
Well, that's good. I mean, the last time y'all were fighting some, what was it? Some tentacle monster or something. I don't know, in goblins and all that, whatever it was. No, you were fighting the gibbering Malthor.
Oh, yeah.
Or maybe that was a game before. I can't remember. But
Yeah, that was 2 before. That was not the last one, the one before that. This time we had Zoidberg. It was some kind of lobstery thing.
Oh, okay.
It is not here anymore because he went to a different... No, here it is. This is it. Zoidberg.
Zoidberg. It's a really pissed off Jewish guy got turned into a crab monster. He got a all tentacle face too. He's not good. Any Cthulhian Lovecraftian thing is always nasty.
Alright. Oh god, I guess I need to go let the dogs out. Alright.
Alright,
Are
I'm
you
logging
gonna-
off here.
Bye forever.
Alright, see you later.
Are you